This is not your everyday competition.
Pressure and he got that! Oh my God! Not like this!
Hello and welcome to Sonic Racing CrossWorlds on Twitch Rivals. I'm Gabby Durden and I'll be directing traffic throughout our 3-day event. And today is the North American Qualifier and it's brought to you by Sonic Racing CrossWorlds, which is available now, which means, chat, I want you to come on a journey with me. Imagine this. You are Sonic the Hedgehog, racing at blistering speeds in a fully customized Speedster Lightning racing machine, drifting and boosting through twists and turns in front of a cheering crowd at E Stadium. You're busting and bumping and trash talking with your rival Shadow when in front of you, a travel ring appears. And suddenly, boom, you are transported to Dinosaur Jungle. You backflip off of a waterfall, dodging items and jockeying for the lead when an enormous T-Rex comes roaring through. And that's just one of the many amazing possibilities here in Sonic Racing CrossWorlds, which is available on console and PC. So friends, come race on our level. I do warn, our casters have raised our level pretty high because we got some experts joining us on Twitch Rivals today. Everyone, please join me in welcoming with the warmest welcome. We've got Emerald and Bear. So lovely to see you. Emerald, are you just as stoked as I am to get into the day?
I'm super excited to be here. I absolutely love this game. I adore it. I've been playing it so much, and I'm so excited to see the matches that we have laid out for us today.
Definitely. Bear, I have to imagine you're holding pretty much the same mindset.
Oh yeah, Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. This game has been a breath of fresh air. I love everything about it. The pure essence of it, like all the characters, has been great. I'm really excited for today's show.
And Bear, I know that you have quite a history in competing in racing games just across the board. How stacked do you think today's event is going to be when you're looking at the names, which we'll preview later?
I mean, they're all really good. I mean, when it comes down, I'm old man, according to racing game standards for I'm pushing 40, so. But in general, a lot of people, they got that experience, and it comes down to this: the experience in racing games. You can adapt to anything. So I'm really excited to see how people play in this game today.
Yeah, and I know that everyone that's participating today, I'm sure, became very familiar with the format. So everyone in the audience, let's go ahead and take a look. So we have 48 players, 24 for North America, and then 24 for EU that you will see compete in that qualifier, 12 cruisers, 12 racers per qualifier. And of course, we will have the grand final later on. You can see on your screen what we'll be watching today. We've got 16 courses, 2 categories, like I mentioned, with the cruisers and the racers. All of the CrossWorlds will be available, and the players are going to be ranked based on the total amount of points they obtain throughout these courses. And the top 6 from each category will advance to the grand finals, where we will see competitors from both North America and Europe face off. And what exactly are they fighting for? Aside from bragging rights, we've got $60,000 here that are spread across the 3 days. Today for North America, they are competing for a slice of the $20,000 prize pool. And as is always the case with Twitch Rivals, even if you slide in that last spot, you're still walking away with some sort of change, a hefty $750, with $1 grand going to the first place finisher today. And I know that everyone has been practicing and ready to get into the game because the CrossWorlds available are quite amazing. And Emerald, I got to know, are you looking at any of our courses today with an extra careful eye?
There's definitely going to be some really challenging courses in here, I think, for some of the newer racers to get used to. But definitely my favorite one that I'm wanting to see is Radical Highway. I mean, that is just a classic, a Sonic game staple. One of my favorite tracks to race on as well. So,
Bear, do you have any faves already?
Oh yeah, as I was saying, I'm old man, so I love Wonder Museum. I like going to the museum. It's very nice. I think it's just very pleasant. It's very rare you get to race in a museum. You know how much you're gonna walk in the museum. You can actually go, super fast speed. It's great.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of times when I'm going to the museum, I'm thinking, all right, I'm about to get a lot of steps in. I wouldn't mind cruising through one here and there. And I do want to know if the players that are participating today share some of that sentiment in their favorites versus ones that might make them fall into a ball of fury. But we've got a lot of really cool names coming both in the different categories we're seeing today. And Bear, for the racers, anyone you've got your eye on?
You know, a couple of them in here. I know, like, I am biased because, you know, Grand Pooh Bear, there's a bear. I gotta root for Grand Pooh Bear. Always solid speedrunner, adapts on their feet. And then Games Cage in general really loves this game. I know from all these players, they've hit legend rank already in this game. They're putting a lot of hours in Sonic Racing, CrossWorlds, and they love Sonic. This is the first and last thing I think about whenever I hear Games Cage.
Mm-hmm. And I have a feeling you are not surprised by those names either. Even when we were just getting ready for the show, you already had your eyes on the same people, huh?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Games Cage is definitely going to be the person to watch out for. I think he has the most experience so far in this game, but let's not count everybody out because there's plenty of like really talented speedrunners in this group. I know like Fur is there. Linkus is there as well. Like really great gamers at learning things on the fly. So we'll see how they do in the competition as well.
Yeah, and cruisers are going to be having their own vibe on the other side of this competition. Any names here you want to point out?
Definitely Lil Aggie. Lil Aggie is another speedrunner I'm familiar with. He's just a really good gamer. He's a really chill dude as well. I'm excited to see what kind of things he puts together here in the cruiser section.
Bear?
No, for me, Pokelo is definitely you know, they're quick on their feet, and then I like the chaos that Chibi Dogi brings in. I'm excited to see that. I know it's going to be great. And when it comes down to cruisers, you know, you learn this game as fast as I can, and this game is chaotic, so it's gonna having that energy. I think if you match this game's energy, you're gonna succeed really well.
For sure. And not only is it chaotic, though, it feels so good to play. So I am ready to roll into the vibes that everyone's going to bring us on their streams. And you know, I feel like with Twitch Rivals, when you see the competitors coming and really shaking things up time again, like Grand Pooh Bear, I've got to have a little bit of bias towards him in my predictions just because, you know, kind of cool dude. But Chibi's definitely going to bring the personality. And I think with that, Chibi, actually, why don't we hear from you right now? Come on down. We've got an interview to kick us off here on Twitch Rivals. Chibi Doki joining us.
Hello.
Hi. How are you doing today? And tell me just a bit about how you're feeling going into today's event.
I'm incredibly nervous. I was listening to you guys, and I couldn't help but notice you brought up multiple speedrunners. I think I might be cooked, but I am so excited to be here today because I love Sonic and I love having fun. I'm aiming for 11th place. So I'm ready to have a good time.
Awesome. I think you're gonna do great out there, Chibi. Do you have a favorite character that you're gonna be playing today, or a favorite card maybe or something that you'd like to play?
You took Miku out of my cold barren hands. You took Miku from me. So sadly, I'm settling with Blaze the Cat, my second favorite, and I will do my best. But if I lose, I will blame it on my lack of Miku because she is my girl.
Absolutely. Well, hey, Blaze is still a great choice. Great speed character, really cool character in the Sonic universe. So I'm excited to see you rep her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a type of vehicle you like to play for this game so far?
I picked a hoverboard randomly, and I've stuck. I don't even know if it's good. I picked it randomly, so I'm loyal. I'm sticking to the the default hoverboard. That is what I'm repping today.
Oh, that's perfect. Hey, look, the boost hoverboard sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
I think it'll do great.
Exactly.
And Chibi, before I let you go, though, if you're aiming for 11th place, is there someone you have in mind that you would want to take 12?
Oh, absolutely. Matt Bragg. He's one of my best friends. He's like my older brother. And if the little sister wins today, oh, dude, he will never live this down. I hang out with him every week. My goal is for him to lose. But I know how this is going to go. He's going to kick my butt, but a girl can dream. So I'm hoping.
Dream big, baby. Dream big. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Chibi Doki. And best of luck in your games today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everything you guys do. Have fun.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Yo, she did not hesitate to name somebody to slide
No.
into that number 12 spot.
It's also really funny, I think, with the context of this game, because you can be very much like, you can target somebody if you want with the different items that are in the game. Like, let's say you have one of the slicers or something in your hands, and then you see somebody you don't want to win. Well, you can use it on them whenever you'd like, you know? Like, if they're in your targets, you got them, so.
Yeah. I do feel like, Bear, that's one of the things that actually makes it feel really satisfying is when you get to do that targeting and really add that extra level.
I love that. I mean, for me, sometimes if I know I'm not going to win a race, I'm like, it's not about me winning, it's about you losing. Oh, that energy is what makes kart games fantastic. Even in like traditional racing, like just out there, like that's probably the most fun, because that rivalry is what makes racing games really fun.
We get petty out there. We get petty.
Oh my gosh, I'm down for some pettiness, everybody. So chat, help me track the petty moments of the day. I'm sure we will be asking you to engage through polls and beyond throughout the broadcast. But for now, chat, while you are waiting for the amazing gameplay that we have ahead, our friends at Honda are giving you a chance to play right here in chat with 4 super fun games. Now, in the first game, you're going to work together to steer Honda HRV and collect as many possible point items while dodging the hazards that appear before you. And be sure to check out the high score leaderboard to see how you end up stacking up against those that are participating from other Twitch Rivals events. Game 2 is a Guess the Phrase challenge where you collectively guess each letter and attempt to complete the phrase before time runs out, avoiding strikes or any of the cooldowns for incorrect guesses. Game number 3, we've got a classic memory game, and game number 4 is a maze. Remember, chat, you have to work together. So have fun and good luck. Welcome back to Sonic Racing CrossWorlds here on Twitch Rivals. Now, chat, remember, our friends at Honda are here to empower you, and they are bringing you closer to the show than ever before with our charged up chat feature. Now, the best creative commentary from chat and on socials will be featured here on the broadcast. So get the conversation going in chat. Send us your favorite one-liners or fire memes on social media. You can find us at Twitch Rivals or use the hashtag charged up chat. You might see your comments featured right here on the show. Plus, Honda has made a brand new version of their exclusive follower emote that you can use here on following / Twitch Rivals and typing TWR Honda to let it fly. Now remember, everyone, Honda offers a full line of safe, fun, and connected vehicles. The Honda Civic Hybrid recently won a record 4th North American Car of the Year award for the Civic nameplate and features an enhanced exterior design, a comfortable tech-rich interior, and a sporty, fun-to-drive spirit. Honda, the power of dreams. And some dreams shall be achieved here today. I mean, Chibi was saying that she was dreaming big to have her BFF and now rival hopefully get 12th place, but are you somebody who is fueled by seeing your friends succeed or beating the, spirit out of them in the game?
I think it's definitely a mix for me, but I'm definitely a really competitive person. It's more so like a competition with myself. I feel like that's where my speedrunner roots are really in. It's just it's more of I'm trying to make myself the best version of gamer that I can be, or whatever aspect in life. So I'm a competitor at heart for sure.
Yeah, Bear, what's your fuel?
No, I think it's when I make someone mad. I'm the youngest brother of 3, so my first experience of racing games, because my brother would always be in fighting games, my oldest brother, and so I was like, all right, let's play some racing games to see how it goes. And I remember just the look at my brother's face when I beat him. It was so satisfying. So I always aim to make someone's day miserable. And if I win, that's great. But making someone else's day miserable, when in therapy, they tell me it helps, okay? They say that's my outlet, okay? And I say every time, whenever someone at work is like, I saw how you play these games. You're really brutal. I'm like, yeah, because that's what I should do. Why would that be nice? I want to win. I also want to make sure they knew I won, and I felt great about it.
So wait, Bear, is partly what pushed you into racing games just the fact that you were better at it than your brothers?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm the youngest of 3 boys. My oldest brothers were just always trounced me into any other game, but racing games was the only game I could take him out in, and both of them at the same time, because fighting games was 1v1, but I was 1v2 at times. Took him out, and I was like, "This is great. This is fantastic. This is my thing. I'm ready to lock in." And then you get that in Sonic Racing CrossWorlds a lot of times. Sometimes it feels like a 1v4 situation, especially at the final lap, just because of how the items work in this game. You just have to have that mindset that it's you versus the whole lobby. It's not you versus one other person. And I feel like if you do want to just take someone down with you, and you guys and just want to be 11th place, and that's that's great too. I think that's pretty fun.
Nothing like crushing the souls of family members, friends, and strangers alike to motivate your competitive career. I love it. That's fuel if I've ever heard it. And one thing though, I did want to get your thoughts on this. So you obviously come from the speedrunning community, and there are a lot of speedrunners here, which means that there's a different type of approach potentially to the game. What would you say would kind of be your tactics as a speedrunner, and what you might expect to see from those members of the community that are participating?
I think the mindset that a lot of speedrunners will go into something like this with is okay, what is the they want to take a very learning approach. They're trying to make sure that they can pay attention to what's good, what's bad, when to use items and stuff like that. They're going to be very good at picking up of the flow of play the longer they have time on the track. The more hours spent with something like this, the more comfortable they'll get. And I think because they have such a good history of playing so many other games, they pick up on things really quickly. So and that's kind of how I feel as well, is just if I can really sit down with something and just pay more attention to the finer details, then it doesn't take me long to pick something up to like a comprehensible like level. You know what I mean? So I think that's they approach it with just a really good like learning mindset. They're okay making mistakes. They're not going to be as maybe upset about it. They're just going to be like, okay, what did I do wrong there? You know what I mean? Like something like that.
And that's such an important mindset to have when competing in something like Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. That's so new, so fresh. Most people are still getting their bearings, except for maybe a player here or there that already hit Legend. But, that's a whole nother thing. But Bear, since you've been getting into playing, I want to know, what are your first impressions of some of the key elements that really caught your eye?
For this game specifically, I think the biggest thing is just like how much personality is in the characters. I wasn't ready for how like the rival aspect, like when I was just playing just normal against computers, and how the other character just really wants you to like lose, and they want to beat you, and you really have to just focus on that individual. I think it's super fun because it helps you understand, okay, I do have to beat obviously the other players, but this specific rival, be it Shadow, like I like be it Shadow or Tails or whatever, you're like, I need to make sure I beat them, and it kind of motivates you, and I really like that. And I think in general, like the tricking animations are really nice. I think just the way that the courses flow. I love playing when I play this game. The way I learn most racing games is I try to play the normal Grand Prix, do the time trials. But I found that even just playing online off the whip after like a couple Grand Prix and being in like second or third and following someone in front of you, seeing the lines they take and being able to see the scope of the course helps a lot. Because I'm like, oh, they went that way. Is that way optimal? I think it is. I should do that as well. So like I learned way faster that way because I kind of follow along. Because then it's like, okay, I can actually navigate through this, see what we can do. But yeah, it's been great. I think in general, it's like a fun aspect to have a fresh game out here, especially since it's cross-platform. That's probably been my favorite thing about this game, is that like you can play with anybody that's console, on PC, and so you end up being able to play many of your friends.
Yeah, you bring up a good point too of getting the opportunity to play against others online and what you can learn from them. And in Twitch Rivals, we often see that develop not just throughout the single day of an event like today's North American Qualifier, but extra development when you have it going into a grand final event later on. So, do you expect there to be a difference in maybe the play styles or caliber of the players that we see competing in the grand final versus what we see from those same players perhaps today in the qualifier or tomorrow for EU?
Absolutely. I think, with the rule set that we have, we're going in as if somebody had just got the game themselves, got on for the first time. That way it's more approachable for people who might be like in the cruiser category. And so we have a limited amount of gadgets that we can use. But there is a lot of different gadgets. And for example, today we're only using 2 slots for the gadget plates that we have that just, for those who don't know, give you a bunch of different like buffs or abilities during a race. So there are some that are 3 cost as well. So like even in just that, I think in grand finals, we're going to see people get more comfortable with the different gadget sets, maybe find an extreme gear or a cart that they prefer to drive in, whichever kind of suits their play style more, because, you can kind of have the glass cannon build, which is what I would describe the extreme gear as, because it's really fast, it's high skill, but it's high reward too. However, if you get hit with an item, you're really slow on accelerating back into your speed. So it's all going to be about like how their playstyles develop over time, maybe what they need to deal with, like what the players think they might need to deal with later on, getting used to the different gadgets that are in the game, maybe finding a build that's good for them, because there's all sorts of different types of builds and gadget plates that work really well for this game. Like there's so many things that are viable. It's going to be player preference. Maybe they want to go fast. Maybe they want to be very chaotic on the course with whatever that you could get more items, more like aggressive items and stuff as well, to instead of trying to go really fast, just hit a bunch of people on the track to get out of your way, so stuff like that.
And items are such an important component in a game like this, where it's not just about going fast, right? It's about managing your approach throughout because of how vulnerable you can be when you're in that number one spot. So Bear, as you've been playing, are there any items that you've been gravitating towards, whether for strategy or just plain fun?
You know, before we talk about items, I think the most important thing for this game is rings. is because this increases your top speed, if you did not know. I think actually just getting the rings is probably your most important strategy. A lot of people, when they play this game, I see they just don't actually go for the rings themselves. So yeah, when you have 100 rings, it's like pretty much your top speed. And you'll see, like, you know, the bottom right of your screen, it'll be like whatever speed it is. But getting that sometimes is more optimal than getting an item. When I get hit out, I'll try to go for rings because I know if I'm below 100, I can't catch up. But I think from all the items in this game, the one that I think is the most satisfying, and I think it's just because it's really fun, is the monster truck. It is insane. It transforms your whole vehicle into a massive monster truck, and you crush your items and your characters in your path. But it makes people so mad. I don't know why, but it's because you're just like, well, you just gotta hit it. But it's just so funny because you just take cuts, you smush people, you ruin people's lines. Like it's great if you can hold on to that item until like in top 4 and people don't expect it. Oh, that is phenomenal play. I've done that before, and I definitely have made someone mad.
Your ultimate goal when competing.
It's so terrifying too when you see the little indicator behind you come out of nowhere where it's showing that there's a monster truck on your tail, and you're like, oh my god, what do I do? Well, do I have any defensive items? And it's like the only thing that can protect you at that point is is just a shield, really. So actually, or just driving out of the way as fast as you can, just the side of the wall, just like, get me out of here.
Yeah, the panic that ends up just coming through. For sure. Everyone that's watching, though, just to keep you updated, we are getting the players ready into their lobbies. So as soon as that is ready, we will hop into game. So we are just kind of thinking about elements and what we'll be witnessing in the future for now. But I do want to ask.
Well, I was gonna say something about items. The most painful item in this game that I've experienced so far, every racer, and then I think every racer is going to learn the hard way, is the slime item. This item is insane. It's the red ring that basically blocks vision of all the racers except the users themselves, and reduces your speed and makes you drop their items. So it's like double whammy. You can't see, you can't do anything, and you're sitting duck. Like, look, once you hit past a certain age, it's already hard to see. But just having that onto it's like, man, feels like you're stuck in traffic on the way to work, or it's like the worst experience when you get hit by that slime.
Yeah, it makes me think of in Florida, for instance, when you're driving in the rain and you basically can't see through your windshield, as it just every splatter that comes through, you aim for that millisecond that you'll get, but Yeah, and it feels very hectic too, because to get rid of the slime, like, you can spin the stick really quickly to get it off of you. And like when you're trying to take like the perfect line or get like a really good drift, and you have to suddenly start spinning your stick, you start to panic. You're like, oh my gosh, my item's gone. Oh my gosh, my line. And then suddenly you're hitting a wall, and it's like, it's really chaotic. It's really, really chaotic.
I fall off. I just like, oh, well, that's what happens.
Bear, can you bring back that ring, actually?
Oh, my, yeah.
Yeah, can I see it again?
Yeah, it's look how massive it is.
If that is the size of a normal ring in our, world, then what would the size of the bigger value ones be with the number, like,
oh wow,
proportionally?
Maybe like what are they called? The inflatable things in the water. What are those called?
Oh, the floaty.
Yeah, like the floaty tube things. Like
yeah.
That's what I'm picturing size wise for like the 10 plus size rings.
Yeah, I was thinking like hula hoop, but yours makes more sense because it's actually thicker, and I don't feel like a hula hoop.
Yeah, this thing is
they're massive.
It's quite large.
Oh, they gotta be. Yeah. The driver's got to be able to pick it up as they're passing on the road, I guess.
Yeah.
Think about how difficult that would actually be, just going really fast.
Reaching out.
Yeah. I feel like you would need a sidecar situation.
Oh,
where
yeah.
Then you just have your, sidecar and be like, it's your job. Go get all the rings. Bear, you can bring your son. Put him in the sidecar.
Oh, he'd be great. Yeah, that's the dream. My son and I race together. It'd be fun.
Is he old enough where he's started playing, or no?
No,
because he's played.
No, he is. He just says yeah, and his favorite plushie is that Sonic Squishmallow back there. He loves Sonic.
That's cute. That's awesome.
I think he just likes Sonic. He just likes the blue. He likes blue. So he sees it. It's funny.
Does he also like Shadow?
He kind of okay. The other thing he likes is a xenomorph, but we have a xenomorph plush and he loves that. So, but I think we don't have a Shadow plush, but I think if you saw Shadow, he'd probably be obsessed.
Yeah,
that's my favorite Sonic character. I'm obsessed with him. I have been since I've been like 6 years old. So
why? What drew you to Shadow?
Well, I love Shadow's story. He has a lot of depth, a lot of lore. He was my favorite character to play as in Sonic Adventure 2. That is like one of my favorite games of all time. I grew up playing that game. I speedrun that game now. It's like the main one that I play. And yeah, no, Shadow has just always been really cool, and it's been really cool like recently with a lot of the stuff that Sega's been doing with Shadow. They just made him even cooler somehow. I don't know how they did it, but they did it. And it's just been really, the Shadow fans have been eaten. The other Sonic fans know. They know for sure.
That actually, I was wondering because you have such a deep history with Sonic in general. So what would you say, just being tapped into that community, was the initial reaction from people when they started playing Sonic Racing CrossWorlds?
I think that they were very pleasantly surprised. I mean, this game is amazing. I think, like, we've played other Sonic Racing games before, and they've been great. But this game really takes it to the next level. I think having that crossworld mechanic on top of some of the previous mechanics that have existed in other Sonic Racing games, it's really good to keep things fresh. And there's an insanely large roster. I think they picked some really cool tracks from previous like Sonic games or like Sonic Racing games and just previous Sonic games in general, like based off of a track, based off of a stage from them. And I think that we're so happy that Sonic just keeps winning. Sonic is just doing so great these days. The movies have been great. The games have been great. It's amazing. I'm so happy to be a Sonic fan these days. So
yeah, that smile is so genuine.
Yeah, I love it. I love it so much, genuinely.
And Sonic is very popular. I work with a lot of kids, so whenever I've been coloring pages, they're just like, do you have Sonic? I'm like, yeah, I got Sonic. Yes, Sonic! they love it. They're obsessed. With Sonic. They love drawing. They love all the prizes. I got Sonic stickers one day, and they were screaming. It's like they're like, oh, finally, you're gonna act well behaved now. Yes, with the Sonic stickers. Like, all right, yeah. Here's Amy. Here's Shadow. They all love Shadow, so I'm not surprised. Shadow is like probably the most popular character right now among a lot of the kids I work with. So it's great to see that.
And speaking of characters, in addition to 24 courses, 15 CrossWorlds, we've got a 23 character base roster. Pretty significant. I was curious, characters, thoughts?
I really like the cast. What I've been currently playing is I've been playing Rouge because she's from Sonic Adventure 2, but also she's a handling character. I really like the way that the handling characters play in this game. But also I got to play Shadow. I was playing Shadow a lot in the online network test that happened about a month ago. Those are my top two choices for sure.
Bear, have you gravitated towards anyone in particular?
Oh, I'm always a Rouge fan. I've been Rouge fan for a long time. And first time I saw her, I was like, okay, yep, that's my favorite Sonic character. This is it. That's it. But I play as her a lot. I really enjoy her. Similar to just because she handles very well. And then I like Zabok. I do like I just like how he's got that presence. I don't know. It's someone who just huge horns, and he's just like,
he's a very prideful guy.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, but I've been playing every single character. I always switch to every race just because I want to get used to all of them. And then Sonic is just Sonic is great too.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to find out who our competitors today are gravitating towards. So, casters, let's get into it.
Who is the robot? I don't remember
All right,
seeing
it
the
looks like
robot.
we're starting out here on E Stadium. E Stadium is kind of the first track that you might encounter when playing CrossWorlds. And here we go.
they've got
We're
some
off. Let's see what kind of builds do you see here, or what kind of characters do you see here, Bear?
Right now, we have an Axeman playing
Oh,
Shadow.
no.
It's really solid start. I think they're what is
Oh,
their
they-
gadget? I
what
can't
they
say
hit
what
me
is it.
with?
Ooh,
That would be Air Trick Expert, which, as you can see here, allows you to get a lot of tricks out really quickly. That's not normally how fast you can do the tricks, but if you manage to get a bunch off, you can get a big boost when you land.
yeah, that's fantastic. And I see they're going for item boxes sets really nicely, going for those rings, which is really solid in this play. E Stadium's a really nice first pick here.
Oh, don't hit me. Oh, you're
Yeah,
so
there's a great place to get your feet wet. Oh no, Reno already getting hit. Yeah, I mean, this is what you're gonna see. This is the standard. There's gonna be items flying left and right. We got the Fire Tornado, which is not only a great defensive item, but a good offensive item.
All right, let's go.
And we're going to be entering our first CrossWorld here. This is kind of the main mechanic of Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. On lap 2, you get transported to another area that you get to decide.
So, and the frenzy time. Do you want to explain frenzy time for people? Because I think this is probably my favorite thing when frenzy time happens.
Yeah, of course. So the way that Frenzy work is if you saw that green emblem with the exclamation point there, going into a Frenzy Crossworld can make all sorts of different things happen. And for this, for example, everybody is going to get a boost on recharge. So basically, you're seeing like people are using it as much as possible. Oh no, Chibi, don't keep it.
Sorry, that scream is my favorite thing, dude. That was awesome. They were
love
doing
her
so
energy.
good. They were doing so good. Oh no,
Yeah.
here's the slime. Here's the slime.
Oh, yeah.
It's
God,
it's
the slime's
painful.
so bad.
Yeah, that was the exact item that Bear was talking about with the. Oh wow, okay.
One that knows
Little
the
Aggie
corner.
picking up on the fact that the blue
Shit.
boosters are actually stronger than the pink ones. It allows you to take that off-road cut with
Oh my God,
ease.
this is pure chaos.
Really, I mean that is great game knowledge to have going into future races. So it's good to see
Yeah.
that he's showcasing that.
And we're going to final lap here. There's that crossroad cut. No one took that. That crossroad cut's really good. But now we're going into the who's in first here. We have Axeman. Man, this lead is pretty good. Look at the map set here. I think Knuckles. I'm not sure who's in Knuckles, but right now we're in this final stretch
Oh.
here. Let's see how this goes.
The Dark Chow item has been put out. This gives all of the racers refreshed items. So it could take away some shielding, but it looks like Axial Matt passes the finish line in first, blocking the item that was actually getting sent his way.
Very
Fantastic. And they had 100. So they had 100 rings on there, so they were already on max speed. So that was really
That
fantastic.
was
Nice
a lot
first
more
place for
stressful
Axeman.
than
It looks
I
like
thought
Rain Hill got
yesterday.
second. Kuzor got third. Gorkam got fourth. What did GB end up being? Did GB end up beating their rival? I was curious.
I'm not sure actually. I forgot exactly which person she said she was gunning for, but I mean, hey, I mean it was kind of tough in the Sky Road there when like she took the boost
really
wisp onto the
funny.
balloon. It really makes it difficult when you're boosting onto like the balloon there to like keep steady. So you want to like try to boost maybe like after, but that kind of unfortunately set her back a little bit. But I think she still did a phenomenal job.
Look, man, that's what makes Sonic Racing CrossWorlds great, is that pure reaction of just falling, missing a cut. Everybody can relate to that. That's what's great about this event, man. That's funny. It's one of my favorite moments so far. But yeah, I think the way they actually played was phenomenal. One thing I have noticed that I haven't seen any of the players do yet, I know these are the cruisers, is using your back camera. I think using your back camera is like very critical in this game, because seeing what someone else has behind you, being prepared for it, where the item is going to go, and using your defense can help a lot, especially in straightaways. If you have a straightaway, I always tap my back camera just so I can see right behind me, because then I can anticipate, oh, they have a rocket punch, or they have a homing punch. So like just gotta be careful for that.
Yeah, items come at you
Yeah.
really fast in this game, so it's good to have that extra info by being able to press the rear view camera on your controller to like just check behind you, just so that you have a little bit more awareness of like what's happening. But it's definitely really hard, I would say, to like implement that into your play while getting used to, I think, everything else. But
Yeah.
I really hope that, hey, maybe we'll see more people get comfortable with it.
That's one thing I'm wondering too, when considering the fact that we have the two different categories of cruisers and racers, cruisers competing at high speed and racers at sonic speed. I feel like there are different mechanics like that going and using the backhand pretty frequently that I would expect to see kind of automatic with racers. Would you say that kind of getting the first look at the cruisers, you're starting to be able to pick out who has racing experience versus not, or is it kind of taking time to figure out?
I think that the games are really fast paced, so it's really hard to get a read on that for sure. But like I pointed out in that last race, we did have Lil Aggie use that blue boost pad in East Stadium. That's like really important for taking that shortcut there. You don't need a boost for it. As long as you can get the drift in such a way to where you're kind of already in a drift, but like kind of just touching the corner of it, you're able to like take that cut really well. And the fact that he even knows that is gonna be really huge, because I mean there's like a couple of places where that's gonna be applicable in the different tracks. So
and speaking of Axial Matt has a cat. Is cat buff a thing, Bear, or are you anti-cat because Bear, or what?
No, I have 3 cats. I love cats.
Ah.
I have 3 cats and a dog. I love animals. Yeah, I think the more cats you have in your life, the better it is. I mean, I love cats.
Yeah. So are you saying cat buff is a thing?
Yeah, cat buff is 100% a thing. My life was way better after I got a cat. I don't know. It helps, man. It's that solitude. It's nice.
hey, motivation to win some treats for them, you know?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, that's definitely something to spend your Twitch Rivals prize money on. But all right, folks, we're getting into the next one. We've got quick bop, 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 getting into these lobbies. I love it.
Yeah, Sonic Racing CrossWorlds is a super fast-paced game. It looks like we are going to Rainbow Garden for our next track.
Rainbow Garden is beautiful, and I love how they implemented the aqueducts, because there's so much flower here, and I'm a certified parks and recreational professional, so I actually know like flora very well, and arborist. So like seeing how much they like actually put in thought of like, yeah, we're gonna have to make sure water is very prevalent, because there is so much greenery here.
Yeah,
it's phenomenal.
Absolutely.
Now, in terms of the sky, water, and land, what is the fastest from your perspective?
Definitely being on the land is good for just driving straight up. Screaming because there's people on his tail with items.
Yeah.
But yes, definitely driving is the fastest. You can get a lot of speed though, for sure. With the air in the sea as well, just by charging drifts or charging charge jumps in the water, because you can do tricks and then you can land with a boost. All of that plays a big role in this. And one of the things here that plays a big role is this final turn here can be kind of tough to make, but actually Katie just making that very easily.
Is there a boost button?
She's got the await item that's gonna hit the people that are in first and second, guaranteeing some hectic things going on in the front of the line here.
Sonic's different.
Yeah,
than
that weight
Mario
item is
Kart. We're not talking
so
about
powerful.
Mario Kart right
and we
now.
got that monster truck right in front of it. This is tough. This is actually near. We're going into the final lap after this water section. You're talking about charge jumps. What's the most you can get charge jumps here? It's like 3, correct?
Yeah, 3 is correct. That's absolutely right. So if you can like charge it up all the way, get extra air, as well as building up that drift meter. I'm sure you guys have noticed that meter that pops up whenever somebody initiates a drift or a jump. The number reflected is how strong the boost will be. Oh, let's go. Chibi-Doki in the front.
Nice. And then would you chain your items, or would you hold when you're in first? How would you feel, Em?
I would like ideally to try to get a defensive item. So that would be something along the lines of like a fire tornado or a shield. And even having some of the offensive items like a glove, you can send those backwards to block some of the incoming projectiles. Not everything, but that's like, I'm looking for defense absolutely when I'm in the front here.
No, that's a magnet.
Yeah, going into this final lap here.
I got so lucky.
This is the pack is so tight based on the mini map.
So
and the king the King Boo thing.
Yeah, King Boom Boo.
Yeah.
He goes to the front and then he hits a line of fire pillars to the other racers, kind of slowing everybody down, but it targets the person in the front. It's for 50 rings. Oh, Chibi-Doki.
Oh my! I saw that spike ball. Wait, I think they got
that
past.
spike ball was so close.
Did they get past there at the end?
I'll take it.
I'm not sure. We're gonna see here in the final results. Oh, just barely.
I'll take it.
Girls, really, that was such a
I love
clean
Chris. You can have it.
sneak pass, but good for you getting second there. That was great.
Yeah, that was awesome. That spike ball was so scary. I'm so surprised it didn't hit it.
That heart stop right there. That was like, if I was racing, I'd be at that spot. That spike ball was a really clean throw.
I'm glad we got to check back in with Chibidoki, considering we spoke to her at the beginning of the show. Doing pretty well, though she did say her goal was to get 11th place, so not quite lining up with that so far. But you'll love to see the success. One thing though, so you were talking about charging jumps and just different aspects, and y'all were talking about the drift meter. If those in the audience that have never played a Sonic racing game and they're trying to get into it and they're picking up Sonic Racing CrossWorlds, what is the first thing that you should focus on mastering?
I would say definitely getting used to drifting. I think that is by far like the thing you really want to like hone in on. I think a great way to do that is by playing in like the Grand Prix mode that exists in the game. You can play against different rivals and stuff like that, where you'll have like a very specific rivalry with another character during the races. So you get to play on 3 different courses and then another one after, where you do a tour of all those 3. And then it gets you used to like playing on different tracks, but also like you're having to deal with items still while getting used to drifting and stuff like that. But definitely driving.
All right, we'll see the drifting chaps here on Dr. Gluon.
I love Dr. Gluon's hat.
We have not seen Dark Blue on yet on screen.
All right, let's have a fun one.
It's nice to see. Nice to see them. And they are playing. Is it Egg Pond?
Yep, they're rocking the Egg Pond, and they're also starting here with the 2 Boost Wisp gadget. This is actually really nice. The Boost Wisps are specifically very good for getting going here, as you just saw there. After bumping a wall, it's just kind of good for consistency, and it's also really good to use those whenever you can for kind of some off-road shortcuts. But I don't blame him for just kind of burning it there to get another item.
Yeah, chaining your items is definitely a nice kind of technique just to anticipate what's gonna be ahead of you.
Yeah, and here we go. We're gonna see our first boat section here, actually. So this is where those charge jumps are going to come into play. You can kind of charge the jumps to get some of the rings that are in the air. Maybe go off the ramp there.
Oh, that's not good.
And wow, I'm very impressed, actually. That turn in the water is way harder than you would think it is, just because you just have to be kind of more aware of the boating mechanics.
Turn the wrong way.
And all of our racers actually did an astounding job with that. They took it really well.
Very behind.
Yeah, that's brutal.
No.
And now we're gonna go. What's next? Where are they gonna go here?
This is cyberspace. This is the CrossWorld from Sonic Frontiers. This is one of my personal favorite CrossWorlds, just because I love Sonic Frontiers. Great game.
I know this course the music is phenomenal.
Oh yeah, no,
it puts you in that mood.
You can always, that's one thing you can always expect from Sonic games here, is just a really banging soundtrack, and it really comes through. This is definitely a personal favorite of mine. We saw Axial Matt go through a ring there. If you saw, there's a little center there. Do you want to talk about a little bit what that does, Bear? Or?
I was more focused on the ring like management there. You can talk about the center, because I think you have a better grasp on that.
Yeah, of course. If you go into the center of any of those rings, the blue one gives you a little bit more of a potent boost, as well as there is like ones that just have rings around it. If you hit the green center, it gives you all of the rings in the surrounding larger ring.
Yeah, that's pretty critical, especially when you're flying in the air.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, slime.
Ooh, it's just a single boost in 6th place. It looks like Corgi Cam here. They're coming up in this area. They got the tornado.
Oh!
Placing the ring at this moment. Well, that's pretty. And they drop in there. They go for double box. Nice.
Very nice. The fire tornado worked out really well. Somebody threw a spike ball in front of Corgi, but was able to dodge it with the tornado. Getting hit there before the big jump, but actually didn't set them back too much.
Oh my god!
But that King Boo is terrifying, hitting all of the racers behind him.
Come on, speed item,
Let's see how everybody's going to take this last turn.
I should have saved that.
Chibidoki has a nice shield here.
I know, and they're in 2nd. It's pretty good.
Oh, but
oh my gosh,
Matt
Axel Matt Pulled
the
the
boost
monster truck?
and the monster truck. Wow, really great item management to take first place there.
Oh, this is a sleep. This is great, man. That was fantastic. There was nothing they could have done. That was a great play by Axel, man. They're
I don't know who cut me in
cooking
half
in
at
this.
the end, but honestly,
Yeah, that was the perfect storm of items to have going into the final stretch there, because not only was he able to take the off-road shortcut there with the boost, but also was able to protect himself with the monster truck that was there as well. So any
Yeah,
oncoming
and
items wouldn't have been able to hit him.
Yeah, that top 3 is pretty good. I mean, Chibi Dogi's doing great. They just said they really said that Mame is 11th. They're like, I'm nowhere near 11. I've been seeing podium. Podium is nice in racing games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because everyone watching, the thing that you're aiming for when competing is actually the points you're getting across all of these races. And then the points are going to determine who the top 6 are that go on to the grand finals. But I do want to highlight Axial Matt just a little bit more, because both of you seem to be very impressed by his play. So Bear, what is it exactly that he's doing right now that has really caught your eye?
So from a racing perspective, item management is critical. Every time we go onto their screen, we know that they're even saving their items for just like specific shortcuts, and then they've also ensuring that they have optimal amount of rings. Like I've never seen if they have low rings, they go for it. And when we're on and they understand that those 10 rings additionally makes a difference. And they're playing very patient, but when they lock in and ready to go, they lock in, and I love seeing that. That's what makes a difference between a winner and someone that just kind of coasts through the pack. But they're doing great. It's been nice, really refreshing to see that, especially in the cruiser section.
We've mentioned a few times here on the casting desk the importance of ring management. Can you just give an overview of the role that rings play here in Sonic Racing CrossWorlds?
Yeah, the really basic way to say it is that rings increase your top speed. So ideally, if you want to be going fast, you want to have rings. There's a lot of items that hit away your rings in this game as well. So ring management becomes very, very important, especially late into the race when you could get hit by a last minute item that makes you lose rings. So you want to be trying to make sure that you have a good defensive item to defend from that, because it's going to be really difficult to catch back up if you get hit down to 50 rings on the last stretch.
Going into the race
into our
course
next
4,
one.
we're looking at Rainbow, and they're playing at Metal Harbor, I believe. This is the course.
Yeah, this is Metal Harbor.
Yeah, the final cut on this one, I love it. It really, really, really makes it satisfying to get. But if you miss it at that ramp,
It is tough.
Feeling.
Absolutely, yeah. There's just a big jump that you'll see the racers have to go for here at the end. We'll see how many of them opt to take it, because it is pretty risky. Because if you get hit by an item while you're trying to go for that cut, you will just fall out of bounds and then have to be in the back of the pack.
Hey man, high risk, high reward. Here it is. Let's see if anybody goes for it.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Unlucky.
One person did. And Chibi Doki went for it, out of all people.
wow, okay.
That's awesome.
She's got the fire in her. She wants to win.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. They're ready.
Yeah, and poor Rainho unfortunately got hit by the fire tornado there. Kind of losing all your speed made it kind of impossible to go for that cut, but here we are on Magma Planet. This CrossWorld has it has some driving, but it is mostly flying here, trying to dodge the lava dragons that are flying at you. It can be definitely really challenging to get through this.
Yeah, I think this is the lava cave magma plant. I'm not sure either way. All I know is a lot of fire, and you just gotta be careful. And just flying through this aerial section, just hitting those purple boosts are so critical, because you really need to get that speed up. Look how fast you go when you hit those. It makes a huge difference.
Yeah, 100%. You can also get a little bit of speed too by kind of doing snaking drifts in the air, but that's definitely a really advanced kind of technique. So the best bet is for our racers to go for those rings whenever possible. Okay, Corgi getting an unchallenged double item here at the front of the pack.
Yeah, and they have really nice the ring cows at 86. They're playing pretty solid. I love this giant bomb when it gets bigger and bigger. I like holding it as much as possible, because it does have a huge hitbox when you throw it in front of you or back or behind when it's fully charged.
Yeah, it progressively grows over the longer that you hold it. You can see the meter kind of charging around it.
Mm-hmm.
We're coming up here. The last lap here on this course changes to a big jump here on this carrier. So you get a little bit of a chance to build up some rings and a boost if you got like a gadget that might affect that.
Oh my god,
And Axial Matt in the front again here.
Are they gonna go for cut? You think they're gonna try to get this cut?
Absolutely. Look at it.
They made it.
Wow, pulling away from the rest of the pack really well. Oh, and taking
And it took out Corgi Cam with that
bomb.
back. Oh my goodness. Let's see how much that set back Corgi Cam. That's tough. That's so tough. Nice job.
That's brutal. Axial Matt didn't even have to do that, but he was just making sure he guaranteed the victory.
Oh, it took them to third, 2 to 3, and Dr. Gluon got second from that. That's amazing.
That's a lot of consistency coming from Axial Matt, though, across all 4 of those first races. So we're a pretty decent chunk into what we're going to be seeing from these players so far. And because we're also introducing this to those that are watching that haven't played yet, I wanted to bring it back to something y'all were talking about earlier, Bear, just the mechanics when you're steering the boat in the water versus in other scenarios. What would you say is the biggest difference in feel when in different parts of the terrain?
I think when it comes to like the land always feels the most natural, but when you get in that water, it's like when you're like, if you've ever been in the water in a jet ski, same kind of things. You're like, I can drive this like a motorcycle, like a bike, but it's not, because you're just it flows differently, and it's not as natural. But the charge jump is super critical, and in the air, as Em was saying, like doing that charging in the air, getting that boost is optimal in terms of like speed. But sometimes just going to the rings and getting what you can is the safest bet, and especially because you can just hit the, like, not necessarily out of bounds, but you can hit out of like the wall, the invisible wall, and it can throw you off your whole race, because then you just get mashed by a bunch of items after the fact. So I try to avoid too much fancy stuff in the air, because it can just be a lot of people just throw a lot when you're out there.
Yeah, would you agree? Are you trying to avoid when you're in the air as well, or no?
I would say that it is definitely the safest bet to be trying to just drift as little as possible. You get more control while not charging your drift in the air. So it's easier to fly more precisely, maybe more into the direction you want to go. But if you need to like maybe kind of course correct on a dime, you could do like a really quick charge of your drift just to be able to kind of adjust. But what Bear said is completely right, where it's like if you accidentally kind of bump into the wall or something there, it can be really detrimental, because it'll lower your speed a lot. It makes you more susceptible to getting hit by items, stuff like that.
Yeah, and you lose rings, and then that's not good. You know?
Exactly. Yeah. One of the things that you always have to be paying attention to while you're playing this game is if you bump into walls, you also lose rings, unless you're using a gadget that prevents that from happening. So that's just another thing to like kind of tack on to like the ring management system, which I think adds to the depth. It's not too like crazy complicated, but it like adds a little extra thing to like have to pay attention to for the skillful racers.
Yeah, and what we have witnessed from our racers so far, they've definitely been taking advantage of the different elements within the game, and that's going to affect how they shake out in the standings so far, because we've got 4 races down, so we're getting a bit of a feel who our kind of top finishers are versus those that are struggling to break into that top half. No surprise that Axel Matt is in that #1 spot with 50 points, but Bear, I do want to bring the highlight to Chibi Doki, as we did get to check in with her, performing consistently enough to have 31 points and stand in that #5 spot so far.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, that point difference between first and second is 10 points, which isn't crazy. I mean, you can make that up. But yeah, Axel Matt is great, and I'm glad GB Took has been having those consistent podium finishes and having 31 at this point.
And within this list as well, we were talking about Pokelols as well as Lil Aggie at the start of the show. They're kind of hovering, both of them, towards the bottom right now. How does this align or misalign with your expectations?
Well, I think that, you know, there's a chance that they could definitely come back a little bit. You know, I think that one of the things that is, as Bear said, is like very important. It's not just about driving, which we saw Lil Aggie. It definitely has like a bit of like a solid game knowledge, like grasp on, but it's that item play too. And I think that, you know, it's very possible that, you know, near the end of the race, you know, somebody has just better items and a better plan, a better game plan involved with trying to, like, you know, take that spot from you. So especially if other people know that Lil Aggie, for example, is a speedrunner, or Pokelawls is just a really good gamer, at least if I'm on the track, I know for sure I'm looking for them to hit with the items, because I'm like, oh, I don't want you to get in front of me. You know what I mean? So.
Oh, and we're going to Sand Road. I love this. Is home for me. I grew up in the desert, so I I see this. I say, oh, this is home. This is nice.
This is a really fun track to race on. One of my personal favorites as well.
Hits me, I feel like it's a personal attack.
We got Crusader here with Knuckles in, I believe this is a power build car.
Yeah, Crusader's been doing
peeling to the
great.
front.
They're in third in the standings right now, and pretty solid right now. In a grand scheme of a Grand Prix, if it's a Grand Prix, one of the things that racers should be mindful of is the leaderboard. So if first gets too much of a gap in the point spread, ideally the whole Grand Prix has to hit them out for the most part to make it more even. So I want Axelmat to do well, but in terms of competitive aspect, that is your optimal play. Like a few other people have to understand, Axelmat is the leader for this lobby, so you have to take him out.
There's a fun little thing.
It looks like our CrossWorld is going to be Digital Circuit. Let's see what the Frenzy is, the change
this is great.
that we're going to get.
I love Digital Circuit.
Yeah, we're going to get some Boost Ring Frenzy. So basically, it's pretty self-explanatory. This CrossWorld normally doesn't have those big pink rings with a green emblem over it. Oh, poor Corky Cam. Getting locked out of their controls after getting hit by the weight makes them drift off to the side. But the benefit of this Frenzy is you definitely get to get a chance to come back by hitting all of those rings to get some extra speed.
Yeah, Katie out here first. This is great for them. I know it was difficult for the most part for most of these races, but it looks like they really got the hang of this game now, and that's good to have. Like, not give up after 4 races. You know, just understand the game's feel and just adapt as necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. Be able to make mistakes and just try to come back the best you can. That's all you can really do, you know?
Yeah, now we're into the final lap here. We got Rainho. This the 3 section is so close. It could be anybody's game, and then we'll see if the King of Bamboo comes out. That could definitely make a difference here.
Yeah, King Boom Boo. It's one of those items that is definitely the difference maker. It could come from any of the positions that are kind of behind like the top 3 there. We'll see if if he decides to show up and kind of make things a little bit more interesting too, coming here in the final lap.
Yeah, Chibi Dogi and maintaining their position up in top 3. I don't see Axelmat anywhere up here.
Oh no, she got hit with an item, and again, that extreme gear, it is really, really fast. But the one downside is that if you get hit by an item, it's really hard to come back.
Oh, they just took out Axelmat in this final stretch here. Let's see what happens.
Oh, Corky Cam dodging the green boxing glove.
Close.
Oh, will he take it first?
Go, baby!
Yes, let's go.
That was so smart. I saw that they slow down a little bit, not getting the panels to avoid getting hit by those the green punch. I think actually ended up getting second. They came out of nowhere. They were not in that top 3 pick when that King Bamboo came out and took out first, and everybody else behind them with the flame tornadoes. Like, it really made a difference. Actually, I really took advantage of that. And I think that's what's been making a difference for them, is understanding that they're like, all right, I'm going to wait till this comes out, and then final lap, lock in, and use whatever items I have to take these cuts. Because I've seen on their mini-map, the shadow goes off where in certain cut areas. So they're definitely taking different lines. That's kind of like how I play in racing games, is I really paying attention to mini-map is pretty critical to understand what they're going to go for. Especially if they can go for shortcuts, because if their icon goes a little bit off, you're like, oh, they're boosting. Better be prepared for this.
And speaking of preparation, I'm sure some of those competing today did put a lot of thought into the kind of gear they're taking to the track with. So, you were talking about the fact that Crusader is using a power build car. Can you tell me more about the impact of that?
The power build cars, from my understanding, they deal a little bit better with being kind of the bullies of the road. They're kind of able to like push some of the other carts and like people like on the extreme gears and stuff like that they have less vehicle to work with. They can kind of like, you know, take that item set maybe and like get in their way, or maybe get that trail of rings to kind of prevent people from like taking it for themselves. And I think they also handle really well with dealing with like items and stuff. as far as like getting hit by certain things. They're better about getting back into the fray of things, just because less stun. So.
Do you play what vehicle do you play now?
The two that I gravitate towards are definitely extreme gear, which is a boost kind of play style, where it's just a lot of like snaking back and forth, trying like building up that boost meter as much as possible. It feels very satisfying to me, but again, it is one of those things where it's like if you get hit with those items, you're gonna have a bad day. So it's like it's really dependent. Once you like you either get really far ahead front run and then be able to kind of like go through some items to try to get some defensive ones, or you're kind of struggling to get to the front of the pack. But
yeah, and what kind of vehicle would you pair up with that if you recommend it? Like if you're just got this game, what would be your recommendation for someone that actually would want to like have a good time and feel like it's feel pretty natural? 'Cause that's something that a lot of people, when they ask me, I'm just like, well, you just gotta try things out, and I've been trying. I'm sure other people watching this will want to know that.
Well, I think the first and foremost, you got to pick your favorite Sonic character. That is fine. I think that plays like a little bit like it definitely plays a role, kind of like the better you get at the game. But for the time being, just go in, have fun, play who you want. But for the carts, you should definitely try a handling cart, because I feel like the thing that the people will struggle the most with is those big turns. Some of the ones that are like complete U-turns that like you just have to like kind of like take in a very specific way. Handling vehicles really make that a lot more streamlined. It feels a lot easier. You don't have to like be as specific about your position when starting a drift or anything like that. So I definitely think it's more beginner friendly to start with that handling build. Yeah,
that's what I always recommend to people, because it feels the most natural for me.
Yeah, Bear, how much has your playstyle changed from when you started playing racing games to now?
I mean, a lot. It's just understanding, because with the experience, just knowing how to recover is like a big thing for me, and then just knowing what to expect. So the handling build for me has been really nice, because I can actually have like tight lines. I do the acceleration build off of when I first started playing this game specifically, because I knew I was gonna get hit out a lot. I need something to just catch back up. That's just the way the items are. So I always tell this really anyway, and just not even just in racing games, but in life, like, you're going to get knocked down, and just expect it. It's all about how you get back up and kind of recover. So that's the biggest thing, is if you, I know some people like playing this game like as a glass cannon. I can't do that, man. I even myself, I don't ever think I'm untouchable. I know most people know me for things that may seem that way, but I know I'm gonna get hit. So if I get hit, I better be able to recover.
They're bringing us into the philosophical over here, just like life. When you get hit, you gotta get back up. I love it. That's good for everyone to abide by. And you're saying that you're just gonna get hit here, and I wanted to make sure I was correct on this. You were saying that Chibi was using extreme gear, right? So is that the scenario you're talking about, where getting hit by an item would be a lot more detrimental?
Absolutely, yeah. We saw Chibi actually in the last little bit of stretch there kind of get hit by an item, kind of forcing her to kind of drift off to the side. It is, extreme gear are really fast when you're able to like chain those drift boosts back to back, but it can be really hard to get back into the swing of things. Also, like just knowing that like it's the best way for extreme gear to get back into it is to charge like a level 1 drift, just to get one boost off to be able to kind of like pick back up speed. But like if you're not necessarily aware of that, that's like not something that like you're not gonna know from the jump, so it makes it even harder for the extreme gear to kind of like pick up that speed. So
is the extreme gear higher skill cap, you would say, in terms of if you want to fully take advantage of it?
Yes, absolutely. I think that extreme gear feels like it is the most high skill, high reward vehicle to use in the game, machine. Again, like I think that some of the other more like balanced ones would be like definitely the handling one is really good, as well as speed cars are really good as well. But like they definitely don't suffer, like the other cars won't suffer as much from getting hit by an item as the extreme gear, but it is a very difficult way to play that. Like that's like high skill for that build for sure. So I
do feel like when people are hopping into a game, and this is the casual section of the two that we will be watching today. You want to limit as many things as possible that you have to focus on if you're not as ready. So, I mean, you always have a good starting place, but if you really want to start challenging yourself, now we know extreme gear. That's the way to go. And let's get into game. We're ready to get into the next lobby. And let's see how everyone is doing. This is round number 6, I believe.
All right, let's see where we're at. I believe this is Colorful Mall.
Colorful Mall is beautiful. I love the amount of sales are happening at Colorful Mall. I'm big on the details. I notice how much things are 50% off. I'm like, wow, that is good mall.
Yeah, I love the little there's like the little wisps from that are in the game, as well as like Sonic colors that are kind of all spread out through this mall as well, like the spike wisp there.
It's great, and then there's a lot of different pathing in this.
Oh, Nixpip getting pushed into the corner there. Actually, with the Omochao item, an item we really haven't seen too much of yet. Omochao gives you the ability to, well, it gives you rings, first off. But also, very little known fact about Omochao, when you're getting the rings, as you're collecting them, it also allows you to take off-road cuts. Not with a boost, but just to be able to drive off-road without taking a speed reduction. So that's just a little tip. I feel like a lot of people wouldn't know that, so that's just a little tip for you guys at home to be able to try to use.
Going to lap 2 looks like they're going to random. Ooh, we did this before.
Yeah, we're back to Digital Circuit.
I like this one. It gives me Tetris
Yeah, this one's really cool. It has like different levels to it. There's like kind of like a top and a bottom route here. Being on the top here, I feel like you're a little bit more susceptible to getting hit by these items. So it's just like kind of which path do you feel like taking it? This one's a little bit more risky.
In the rocket punch in this game, I've noticed that you have a lock-on mechanism, and it goes res and you throw it. At that point, does it automatically hit that person? Because I feel like it does for the most part. I feel like it's tracking me.
Yes.
Does that correct?
Yeah, the red boxing glove here is definitely more of a potent lock-on, I would say. When we see the green boxing glove, that one does lock on, except that if you do something like, let's say, take a jump or something, it doesn't track you as hard as the red glove does.
That makes sense.
But yeah, those two items, as well as like the slicer, those are really good items to like target specific racers.
Yeah. Now we're getting to the final lap here. This is really hard. Who's in? Little Aggie finally in first place in the final lap, and they have the shield. This is optimal for them because they can actually protect themselves if someone tries to take them out. So let's see how this goes.
Yeah, the only thing that we're really missing out on here from Little Aggie is a little bit of rings. Let's see if he can get some. Oh, having to burn the shield there because he was getting targeted by a red glove. That was actually smart awareness to bring that out.
Yeah. Ooh, this is Axel Mad. They got the double item box set, but it was not what they needed at this spot here. And then no, Chibidogi got hit by the weight. It went from 2 to like 6. And is that Corgi getting first?
Yes!
Corgi Cam popping off again. Securing that first place spot, avoiding all of the chaotic items at the end there. Managed to get across the finish line right before that slime came off.
Corgi Cam is definitely throwing a hat in the ring for the #1 spot so far, because that's 2 really strong finishes, as Em was saying. But I wonder, going forward, do you think, Bear, that Corgi's going to be able to keep it up, or is little Aggie gonna come and maybe have a little more luck with some of the finishes in the future?
I mean, right now everybody's getting in that specific. They're getting used to the courses. They're getting used to how the flow is. I think once you get your first few races in, you understand the game, especially just because most of them probably haven't played as much as the others. It's been nice getting the consistent podium finishes will really help it out.
Yeah, for sure.
And we did just get to see a scenario where there are multiple pathing opportunities. What should players be thinking when they're going into a scenario like this? And you have the risky option, the safe option. Walk me through it.
It kind of just depends on like where you are. Kind of, there's a lot of factors. There's like, okay, how many rings do you have? Do you have a defensive item? Are you able to protect yourself? do you maybe need to go, because a lot of times you'll see small deviations in paths where it's like, okay, I could go this way and get rings, or I could go this way and get an item. And it's like, okay, which one do you need more in that moment? Kind of like trying to like play to that can be kind of hard to just like feel out really quickly. But ideally, I think like in this kind of competition, just always going for the item set is going to be really key. Items are very like powerful ways to swing positions. So if maybe if you don't have a great item to like get in front of people, then that's what you want. You definitely want to opt for the item set to be a little bit more aggressive. Or maybe you're really far behind in the pack and you really need to get your speed up, then yeah, you would definitely want to opt to go for those rings. It's stuff like that you got to consider.
And we did see a lot of item usage there in the end. Bear making note of Corgi Cam managing to be elusive and not have to deal with that. Bear, in your lobbies, are you seeing that just as a common thing people do, or in general, saving those items for that final moment and always having to keep your eye extra peeled?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, you always got to be prepared for that. Like final moment stretches, like especially after the last item. Like if you're aware of the courses and where the last final item set is, you expect the most insane sequence. Because if you know that first didn't get any items and they're a sitting duck, yeah, then there's lots gonna come at you. So it really just gotta lock in at that last stretch. The last stretch is make or break, and we've seen actual Matt really take advantage of it, and they understood that, and that's great awareness for them. But others as well. Corgi's been doing a good job of understanding that. So by observing others, you can learn on the fly, which I think is like the best way to learn any racing game, especially with Sonic Racing CrossWorlds.
Yeah, observation's so important. I mean, we saw little Aggie using the defensive shield to answer a red glove. So having that awareness of everyone else that's playing is so important. And with the items, we have these defensive ones, offensive ones. What are you looking for in the first laps that you're making versus the last lap that you're making when it comes to items?
I think for me, it can kind of depend on the course or on the track, depending on like, where we're starting at. But I think a good rule of thumb would be to try to have a boost on hand at all times. The boost wisp, which is like the little white wisp guy. It's really nice to have those because there's specific shortcuts in a lot of the different tracks that those are like super useful for, to like really either pull further ahead or get back into the swing of things. Like this track, for example, on the very last stretch, there's like a little bit of grass that's on the left. If you have a boost wisp, you can just like kind of like cut in front of some of the other people, taking a more direct line towards the finish line. So like holding on to something like that is extremely important for when it's can be used the best. Okay, it looks like we are on Mystic Jungle here. This is definitely gonna be a challenging track for some of like the newer racers here, just because this water section is it's fast paced and there's a lot of jumps you can drive off road. So
yeah, no, this is probably the hardest course for me to get used to. This section is just tough, and you can fall off a lot, and you don't think you can, but definitely, yeah, it makes it really difficult. Yeah,
you can even use it to your advantage though, because you can get the little lips there to get some air tricks off to maybe like you get a little bit of an extra boost when you land. Little Aggie trying to opt for to use the fire tornado there, not able to get it off. And as you saw, he kind of drove into that grass patch. Oh, perfect. Axial Matt is using the exact strategy that I just talked about on that off-road section. But we're going to be heading into Dragon Road for our CrossWorld here with the Boost Ring Frenzy.
Nice. That Boost Ring is nice.
Yeah, this is my personal favorite CrossWorld. I love Sonic Unleashed. The music is banging. The section is really cool. These turns are Axial Matt taking them extremely well, trying to hustle back into the front of the pack. He's got two great items here.
They're in 11th now. Ooh, and they take that. Explain those rings that cut there.
Yeah, so those are trick rings. Very common, like Sonic thing, I guess, thing that are in multiple Sonic games. You can jump into them, and they give you not only a speed boost, but they can help get you to different paths. And there, for example, it helped him take a really good shortcut.
Right now. That means I'm about to get
Chibi is really playing solid. This is for them expecting 11th. I'm not seeing 11 play here. I'm seeing him going over first place.
Yeah, I feel like she's got really good experience here. I mean, she's crushing it too with the extreme gear. Like I said, very like high skill, high reward type machine to be using.
Ooh, that back rocket punch. I saw that, and that's by Corgi Cam. They really want to take them out because they knew they were on their tail.
Yeah, anything you can do to separate the pack. Oh, but King Boom Boo is coming to hit Corgi Cam.
Ooh.
Very detrimental there. That hits for a lot of speed. We're coming into the final stretch here. This is the last big turn before the straightaway.
Oh, what happened there?
I think what might have happened is one of the players fell off and spawned, and they pushed him off. Chibi Doki.
That was so close. That was extremely close. What a straightaway there.
Dude, I think that took it.
Yeah, I mean, that is my favorite part about CrossWorlds is these last straightaways here. Everything, there's so much that could happen. And
Wait, they
Chibi
got
Doki,
first?
yeah, stealing the win.
Oh my gosh! Oh, and Axiom, how did they make it back up? They were in 11th place.
We'd not seen them. When we last saw them, 11th place, and I was like, all right, well, good luck to them. And then, bam, second. They knew how to make their way back up.
Yeah, made it there so quickly. And I have to agree with y'all. Did Chibi lie to us in the 11th place goals? Or even if that's the goal, I guess the reasonableness in achieving that, considering the way that she is driving right now, she has to have a lot of experience, right?
It must have, because I think in terms of like just understanding how the course works and just snagging that stretch and getting first, it's great. And that's the hardest course for me. If you first started playing this game, I had to replay that Grand Prix twice because I couldn't beat the CPU because that course really knocked me back because it's like a lot of areas that you can just fall off.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a difficult one. And I mean, if we're looking at Chibi, Axial, Matt, as well as Corgi Cam, they've been performing pretty consistently. And in this course, you had mentioned that Axial Matt used a strategy that you were talking about when it came to his off-road play. Mm-hmm. What was that you were referring to as we get back into game?
It was the boost wisp. That, like I said, those are really, really important for taking those off-road shortcuts to kind of like clear a little bit of distance, like get back into the race. And Axial Matt like showing that really well in that last stretch on the first lap there. So now we're into our new track here. We're on a Podos. Sonic Unleashed stage, very cool. One of my favorite games, like I said. So I love this track a lot. It can be really chaotic though.
Yeah, it's the narrow pathing is terrifying in this track. It definitely has that like chokehold point.
Yeah, I think a lot of people know from the people who have played how terrifying it is to be in that first hallway when you're up against somebody with a monster truck. There is nowhere to go.
Yeah, and you can get stuck sometimes in between the railings, so you have to be super careful.
I feel bad.
Yeah, all right, we're going to see where they're going to pick for the CrossWorld. They're dueling to see which one they're going to get, and they're going to go to a random track. Oh, and we just saw this one.
Yeah.
Oh,
This place sucks.
That's tough. That's such a tough... you have to react very... Like, once you go to a new CrossWorld, just going to a brand new layout, you have to just remember every single track and how they function. And it is sometimes they can just throw you off and you just fall off. And you just you got to reset from there.
yeah. I mean, that's really what you have to get used to. But I think it's so fun. It's so exciting because you never know where you're going to go. You might end up on a CrossWorld or a track that you don't race as well on, but you might be able to like kind of bring it back in this third lap as we're going to be leaving this CrossWorld and going back to where we were for the first lap.
Ooh, and Axiom has a drill in their primary item here, and they use it in the best spot. They're like, what? Oh my God, look at this! Oh, no one could have done anything. What a and did they hit Reno with that? They did.
Wow,
Nice.
with the slicer, yeah. Axiom Matt is getting playing aggressive with it, taking a really confident lead here with two really good items
smart.
as well.
Yeah, and they slowed down a tad bit to throw that slicer, and that was really smart for them.
Yeah, definitely good to be dealing with the people that are like kind of like slightly in the front of you just to like kind of peel away from them. But here we go. This is where CrossWorlds really shines this final stretch. Oh, really good block there on the red glove, throwing the green glove backwards.
Yeah, not even looking behind them, just knowing that's coming at them and just anticipating it. Ooh, these rings are super critical. Nice, solid.
Yeah, he's gonna pull away with this very, very confidently. Really good stuff to Axial Matt here.
Yeah,
they're really playing well, and it's fantastic to see someone play like this.
It's great.
Yeah, I think-
Bear.
Oh.
I just wanted to get a thought on the map awareness, the track awareness that we saw from Matt, because using the drill the way he did, Bear definitely seems like he had a reaction.
Oh yeah, no, like that's because you can't do anything. Like if you had a monster truck, okay, you get swift people, but the drill just went straight through, and it was so fast. And like what he at that point, actually, Matt was like 7th, and they went from 7th to 1st, and they just kept going. And they knew that stretch was what when to use it, and the King bomb boot already activated fairly early, so they knew this like the best time to rocket there, and then they wouldn't be stuck by getting anything back behind them, which is probably the most important thing. Because if I was in first, I would throw bombs back, spike, whatever, any kind of rocket punches just to get people back, but no one can contest a drill.
Yeah, Matt knows how to close the gap, that's for sure. And we're going to close the gap towards finding out who our qualifiers are at the end of today, just a little bit more with this break.
We all know that kart racing game. It's great. We don't need to show it to you. But what if you can blast through and race on a whole nother level? What if you could warp across different dimensions, fully customize and build out your machine, and compete head-to-head across different platforms? Or what if you want to roam around on the open road? Sonic Racing CrossWorlds.
Welcome back to Sonic Racing CrossWorlds on Twitch Rivals. We got M, we got Bear. We are getting into the second half of our cruisers today, aka the casuals. But M, I think that some of our players are proving that they are more than casual.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We're seeing that. I don't know if it's maybe because of the fact that they're getting more used to like how the game plays as these races go on, or if maybe they just, had like a little bit of extra experience going into this, but we're definitely seeing some more like kind of high level plays coming out of some of the races here in the cruiser section.
And you were talking about the fact that the speedrunners that are participating do tend to be able to pick up on things quickly, have that awareness. So it would make sense for there to be a lot of adaptation considering who our pool of players are. And Bear, even with that said, though, I feel like the top half and the lower half, now that we're at the halfway point, are kind of starting to become a bit more clear.
Yeah, once you have like a massive gap, like Axelmat has been dominating. But when it comes down to any Grand Prix, like it's about the points you collect in every race, so it's not over. If you're in the bottom half, you can still make the top 6 into getting into the finale. I wouldn't give up. Like, if I ever compete in an event like this or competing in the past events like similar to this, if I know top 6 is the cutoff, you got rivals at that point. If you're like 7th and 8th, you just basically have to fight against within that area. Because if you know first place is gonna have, plus they're gonna consistently make it through, you just want to focus on that area. So that we're gonna actually see legitimate rivals come about, like not the game telling you rivals, people that they're gonna go after.
Let's get some rivalries going.
Yeah, like looking at the leaderboard here, from 4th down to like 10th, anybody, even 12th, they can still make it back. Katie can still make it into the top 6. They just have to take out like a bunch of the 7th through 12th, 11th area.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is just having a good race where you're kind of like maybe going after those people to make sure that they place lower and get less points while you try to get into like the front of the pack to get as many points as you can.
Oh, dinosaurs.
So here we are on Wonder Museum. Bear, this is your favorite track. What do you think we should look out for here?
I want to know how much it costs in this museum, because I would like to attend.
Oh, shit.
No, it does look really fun.
It's great. There's a giant ship. There's dinosaurs. There's cannons.
I'd be a little bit scared lap 3 though, because lap 3 the dinosaurs start to move. So I get.
Hey! That's just a bonus feature, okay? As long as they don't charge me extra for that, sounds like a great museum.
Yeah, absolutely. We got Katie here with a boost, was trying to get back. Oh, right as she used it, somebody used a monster truck and landed right on her head. Oh no, not the double.
The double? Okay, how about that?
That's just brutal.
Yeah,
she's down, but she's not out though. Definitely an opportunity to get ahead here in the CrossWorld with a frenzy.
Ooh, this is home. This is great. I love being from Vegas. This is definitely this is great. I love the roulette wheel, everything about this CrossWorld. It's really fun.
Yeah, Roulette Road here, one of the staple tracks in a lot of the Sonic racing games, always comes back. I really like this version of it. I think it's really fun.
Yeah, and listening to Axel Matt here, I could definitely see how they're very locked in. A lot of these racers are so locked in the way that they play, because they're just super focused, especially the speedrunners.
Get this monster truck off me!
Yeah, those monster trucks that Aggie is talking about, it's rough out there. It's terrifying. There's not a whole lot you can really do against them, aside from getting out of their way or getting a fire tornado. And there has been so many that have specifically come out this race. So I don't blame him for being a little bit frustrated trying to get around those. Oh, Rainho just barely dodging the dinosaur mouth there. She's taking a good drift here to maintain her spot here in 3rd place. Let's see if she gets a little aggressive with this item.
Nothing can stop me from my 10th place finish.
Oh gosh, she's angry.
Poke avoiding the steamboat there, thankfully. That crushes you and slows you down a lot.
Where does Axial Matt come from? Out of nowhere. At that final stretch, they're always there.
That is so...
Okay, Axial Matt here, very confidently in the lead. Let's see what happens here.
I hear them, they're like right by. I threw it the wrong way!
Did they throw that bomb forward?
Yeah, I even expressed there, actually, that he threw it the wrong way. Is this going to be enough for Chibi to win? Whoa!
That was 0%
that's
skill.
unfortunate.
0% skill.
But great job, the Kiwi. Nice first place steal there.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean-
How much of an impact would you say throwing the bomb the wrong way there had?
That was definitely the difference maker in winning or losing that race for sure.
Oh my
because-
god, they went from first to sixth because they threw it the wrong way.
Yeah.
That's how bad that was. That last stretch. That is tough.
Yeah,
Losing 5 spots for a misinput. They're probably really sad.
That's brutal. But what I will say is I'm sure the other racers are feeling good about the top competitor finishing kind of further back, getting less points there, giving the other racers who finished in front a more of an opportunity to catch up for sure.
I believe that Axial Matt had 90 points going into that round. So let's find out where he stands here afterwards. Still in that number 1 spot, but it's only a 2-point differential now between Axel Matt and Corgi Cam. So Bear, things are getting a little tighter at the top.
Yeah, that's pretty nice though. I mean, the top 3 is super tight. It's really nice. That 2-point difference 1 and 2 is massive, even from first to third. But it's all about top 6 in the final stretch. You know, you just got to make sure that if you're in fourth through until last, you're fighting for your life at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you want to make it to the grand finals, you got to make sure that you hit out the next few people in front of you. You want to just actually kind of let Excombat just run at that point, because they're not gonna, if they get last, that's the other person not getting last, you know. So that's how I would think about it. If I was in this competition and I was in 12th, I'd be like, all right, who's in 7th, because I need to take out 7th, because 7th is probably the one that you really want to target at that point in your head. And I mean, but again, that is just how I would play. But I think, listening to these matches, these streamers, they definitely have a different mindset. They just want to get first no matter what, and that's a great mindset to have.
Oh my god, I put green because I thought this was the jungle map.
They're teaming.
I was going to say, listening in to Steve here, it sounds like he was not prepared for it to be Crystal Mine. Crystal Mine is actually one of my favorite tracks. There's a really cool shortcut here at the end that you can take with a boost whisk to kind of take a big jump onto the back of a truck. Very difficult to pull off. I would be very surprised if one of the racers went for it, but getting her hit early on here with a slicer, Steve is kind of just shrugging it off, though.
And Steve,
not too many
is,
racers have that many rings right now, so it's not that big of a deal.
And I think Steve is the only person that's using a keyboard from what I've seen so far.
Steve actually went for the cut.
Wow.
That's exactly the cut that I was talking about. If you use a boost whisk there, you can land on the back of that truck and try to get in front of everybody else there. But it's really, really difficult to pull off, as we saw there.
I don't know if
right now we see a little Aggie in the lead, but slowly just barely getting passed over by I actually missed who got past him there. But
this CrossWorld is so fun. I love this CrossWorld so much. The music is so therapeutic. It's great.
Yeah, this being a stage from Sonic Lost World, this definitely being one of my favorite stages from it. It's really fun. There's a bunch of rings here to be able to get caught back up if you need to with your ring count. We have a good mix of the flying section here. And this is exactly what I was talking about. You can see that there's kind of different pathways. Racers can opt to get maybe some more rings or more items instead, whatever is better for the scenario. Aggie opting for a little bit of speed there instead of going for the item set.
And Aggie's it's got a much better flow than they initially were racing in, so it's been nice to see them adjust to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about. This is where the speedrunner kind of learning kind of comes into play. If he can continue to play like this, he's getting a better feel for it.
Ooh, he took out Axomat. I love that this game tells you who you hit and with what. It's super helpful as a racer. Whoever did that at Sega, thank you. It's wonderful.
Yes, I'm also glad it doesn't tell you who you got hit by, because if I was hitting a specific racer, then I know that I would be targeted
I want
by
to tell
them.
me who they. I wanted to know it was me.
No, keep it anonymous. I think it's good that way.
Yeah, it's great. But speaking of which, Axomat ended up actually hitting them back. This is a neck and neck top 3 finish here.
Oh crap!
Wow, Corgi Cam coming out. I was about to say Rainho was in the front of the pack there. She was about to take the gold here, but she's wait, she might still be able to.
Maybe.
Oh my god.
The bomb.
Did they? Were they ahead? I think they took first. That is huge for them. They took first.
Gulp.
Gulp.
I think that's what I would do.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Wow.
Reinho proving she was down, but she's not out. She's putting her
that
all
top
into this.
three. Those names we have not seen. That is what I was talking about. You just got to focus on getting top three if you're in the bottom of the pack, and then hit out that 7-6. Now, Axel Matt, sure, yeah, he's gonna be up there, but I mean, they end up taking out other people that they knew are around their point level, which is what you got to do. You know, it's not personal. You just got to make top. You want to make grand finals. So, you're like, if it's between me and you, make grand finals. It better be me. Like, that's the mindset you got to have.
It was cool seeing somebody else come into that number one spot, though, Reinho. I mean, we talked earlier on in the broadcast about what skills players should be focusing on most when they hop into the game for the first time. And you're both talking about drifting. And I mean, Reinho had some great drifting. Seemed to have good control over what was going on. Nothing too aggressive in terms of strategy, but some consistency there.
Yeah, I mean, she seems like she's picking it up really well. I mean, the fact that she's even in the front of the pack is a really good sign that she's getting a lot more comfortable with either just using the items or driving in general. So yeah, I mean, I think she's definitely getting the hang of it for sure.
I do wonder if in these later rounds where we see Matt, for instance, when choosing to extend the lead so much, take a bit more risky plays that sometimes paid off. Bear, do you feel like that leaves an opening maybe for those that were in the middle of the pack not going for these risky plays if someone like Matt is just trying to do the most to target those that have the most points?
Yeah, I mean, like, you just have to let that person just run at that point. Like, it's just a ensuring that if you know Axel Matt is that talented of a racer, just let him go. You know, let them be. Let them spread their wings. You know, you just want to make sure that you hit that top three, because the difference between getting first and second is 3 points, but getting first and third is 5. So getting as much as those those places as possible is going to make or break your rest of your Grand Prix.
Oh!
Well, here we are in ocean view. Lots of chaotic bouncing around on each other going on with the charge jumps and stuff, kind of bonking on each other's head. And it is worth noting that a lot of times if you're like kind of charging something or like hitting a turn and somebody runs into you, it can be really difficult to like get back on course. So I'm sure that's messing up a lot of the racers just bumping into each other here.
One gadget is the tournament, guys. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. That's weird.
Yeah, one of the things Chibidoki kind of talking about here is the gadgets. If you're just tuning in and maybe you're wondering why a lot of the racers are using just 2 slots here, that is the rules for today. Is specifically so that, like, you know, if you were just getting into the game, you just booted it up for the first time, you could just kind of hop into the races and not have kind of an advantage if you played longer. So that's why you'll see everybody is using 2-slot gadgets here. Lil Aggie using one of the, in my opinion, one of the best ones, the Charger level 1 drift faster to get that speed boost off faster. Or actually Crusader here as well, using that same gadget.
It's been racing pretty well for the most part, especially that power vehicle.
Yeah, Crusader is crushing right now. She's taking like really nice lines here with those drifts, hitting the boost pads. Getting hit by something to knock her off course, and Axial Matt doing what Axial Matt does, pulling it forward. But Chibidoki hitting the shortcut there. That's not an easy shortcut to hit.
Yeah, solid final stretch here. And this Chibidoki and Axial Matt in the top 2 area, back and forth. This is gonna be tough. Let's see how this final turn goes into the last set.
I was about to say that item set mattered a lot. Axial Matt here getting some offensive items. Let's see. Oh, dodging. Oh,
3
double defense. They had that. Man, that is so solid for them. They really were mad about that game first. That last one, you could see them. I could see them lock in there.
Nice shot.
Yeah, just listening to Axial Matt, you can like feel the kind of energy that the racers have on that last section, just how chaotic it can be. Just like, you never know what's going to hit you. You're always just kind of like, oh no, what if I get hit by something? What if I miss throwing back an item and defending myself? Like stuff like it's so exhilarating. It's so fun. I love that last little bit of stretch that we had.
I do feel like the exclamatory nature of our participants comes out more and more race by race. And in the middle of the chaos is often when we get the most beautiful moments, wouldn't you say, Bear?
Oh yeah, I mean the middle of the chaos, last stretch. Even my watch will ask me, "Are you working out right now?" And whenever I'm in that last stretch, it'll just like automatically detect like a high heart rate, and it's like, "You are running." I'm like, "Oh yeah, I am running." Ho 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 ho. I'm like getting I'll randomly have like an extra 500 steps. I'm like, I didn't move for the last hour. It's like, oh, you were playing this game. You were moving for sure. But yeah, definitely you can feel it, and it comes out of you as well because you have that like you're holding your breath and bam, all comes out when you finish across that finish line. It's great.
I do love when people have stats like that to track. I as well, I'm a big stat person with heart rate and things. And have y'all ever, maybe you're watching an esports event, or maybe you're doing a speed run or competing, and it sounds like Bear's experienced this. And it's just the stress of watching that. Yeah, your heart rate goes up and everything. Like you could not even be moving, and your body and all the stats are like, are you okay?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I definitely get that as a spectator too. Just watching any kind of competitive game, it's just you get so invested, especially if you have like knowledge about the game. Like you're just like, oh my gosh, what's gonna happen? Because you know just how many different things could come after somebody, especially with Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. Just like the many different items, it's just like you're never fully safe, so you always have to be paying attention.
Yeah, even if you're in last, you're not safe.
Well, that's
So we are at Market Street. This track being based off of Rooftop Run from Sonic Unleashed as well. Very great track. This track doesn't have like a ton of jumps, so we won't see a lot of like the people who maybe opted for like Air Trick Expert to really get a lot of bang for their buck here, but they definitely will be able to get more tricks out on this CrossWorld. There's a lot of water in this area where you're going to be able to do a lot of charge jumps. And just like that, Axial Matt getting off a bunch of tricks there to get a little extra boost.
And can we talk about the stage hazards in this game? Because sometimes I feel like I'm fighting against them and not the other racers.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this is one of the more scary ones, too. The balls, as you can see, this one is directly in the middle of the track. You got to be really careful kind of skating by it in order to not get hit.
Oh, those weights at that spot was so tough because they had to avoid the ball, and the weights just took them out completely.
Yeah, Nixpip here, really solid lead. She's got an Omochow here to get the rings back up. She's going to be
so bad.
hopefully getting her way back to 100 rings. She's definitely making her way to get more,
God, we're in boats.
so she can hopefully like peel away.
Yeah, it's pretty solid overall. I mean, they had nice charge jumps, and there's still another full lap, so I wouldn't be worried. And we get into the final lap here, and let's see how this checks out.
Yeah, let's see what kind of items we're going to get here from Katie. Oh, the bomb. Oh, she instantly threw it, but Corgi, sensing danger, must have immediately popped that tornado to either get people off of him or just preemptively to defend.
Little Aggie was smart by avoiding the tornado from the bomb blue.
Yeah, good awareness too, because he had the boost to get back onto the track on the off-road there, kind of just get back into it really quickly without really worrying about it.
Am I lagging?
Oh. Let's listen in. Let's see what happens with Chibi here at the final stretch.
Oh, they used everything and they took out Axial Matt.
Wait, how the... What?
That was so risky for them, but they end up getting first. Good for them. They really wanted Axial Matt to lose that one.
I did so bad. How did that happen?
I don't know, Chibi. It's not, you're in first place. It seems you did pretty well. You're kind of popping off. I don't know.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Pop off, Queen. Pop off. All right. We did get to ride along with Nixpip for a little bit, and I just wanted to let you know a really cool story. So apparently, Nixpip is very tall, and there are lots of photoshops of Nixpip and tall buildings that many people have made, like 200 to 300. And Cruzadar, who we've also tuned into, who is in this exact lobby, then printed out a cursed version that is now taped to the side of Nixpip's computer. And Nixpip said, I now have to look at this cursed meme that she had them print on my PC every time I start it up. And apparently Cruz is also short, so there's a little bit of a height rivalry going on. So just a little fun tidbit if y'all need to get the scene painted for you a bit more with our streamers today. And Bear, do you have anything on your gaming system or any little bit that you bring with you? Maybe your son's favorite plushie?
Or, you mean like a good luck charm?
Yeah, like good luck or even decorative. I know, this just made me think of sometimes people like to have something on their either PC or console. Do you have any background lore in that way?
Oh man, I'm boring when it comes to that stuff. I just
no rituals.
Yeah, I don't got anything like that. I just like lock in and go. I'm like my back like my screensaver on my phone has got my wife and my kid, so that's I guess the only thing that keeps me going. So I guess that
he doesn't need anything to lock in. He just locks in.
It's just the way it is. Speaking of lock in, Berk Black, they've had a couple near podium finishes, and they are on that cusp in that top 6. So I'm kind of curious to see how the rest of these races go for them.
Yeah, playing on Vector with the power build, definitely able to kind of bully some people off the road. You can kind of see this right here. He just pushed whoever that shadow was out of the way so that he grabbed some of the 5 rings there. Very good on him to be opting to try to get those whenever possible.
Yeah.
Oh no, I know I shouldn't have done that.
We're gonna see here on this track. This is another place where we got some branching pathways. Maybe go for some items, go for some rings, and a big shortcut here. That last dirt patch there is massive. Oh, and here comes the King Boom Boo. Ooh, very narrowly avoiding that as poke walls.
I like dinosaurs.
Yeah, me too, man.
Ooh, frenzy time.
Velociraptor, did you guys see?
Oh, this is my favorite frenzy because I feel like it's the most
New type of
It's called the
situational, and you can use it at say, cuts. Get your way up there. It's really fun.
Yeah, and also the Boost Wisp is also doubled as a defensive item. So if somebody is getting targeted by, say like a slime or something, where a Boost Wisp would be able to avoid it, you're able to use it here. So it actually kind of makes those items during this frenzy a little less potent. So racers will have an opportunity to not get hit, knocked back as far if they use it at the proper time.
Yeah, and I love how it prompts you too in this game. He goes for went for that cut and fell off. Went from 2 to 12. Oh, that was tough.
That is a really difficult shortcut to go for. I'm surprised that Axiomat went for it, but hey, he's got a lot of confidence,
Let's go big or go home.
Okay, yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of branching pathways here for this track. It can be really hard to figure out where the best path to go is in Coral Town, but you won't be too much at a disadvantage depending on which way you go. Just more rings one way than another.
Ooh, Pokeballs, they really need to get a nice clean finish here in this final stretch. So let's see how they go. They shake out. They need a podium finish. Ooh, that crosswall is a shortcut.
I gotta win this.
Yeah, going for a bit of a shortcut here in this final stretch, trying to get some rings to try to be at top speed.
Ring. Come on.
No items to defend himself.
Oh, is that the
that lead. Oh, that was close. I don't know if it was first for them, but that lead was super close.
I go
they need those extra 3 points.
Let's see what happened. It looked close.
Oh, good job for them. That was huge. And that was Axiomat right behind him. So that actually is great because Axiomat and Chibidoki were second and third. So that anybody that was around Pokelos, as long as they weren't second or third, didn't matter. I'm glad that Chibi and Axiomat got 2 and 3, but that was huge for Pokelos. They needed that first place. At 15 points could actually bring them right in the cusp of the top 6 qualification.
And that is what matters here, getting top 6 so you can go to the grand final, which will be taking place next week to face off against our European qualifiers that will be fighting for those spots tomorrow. And I think that when we're seeing rounds like this where Pokelos was able to get the number 1 finish, switching things up, I mean, M is part of the opening, not to take away from Pokelos, but as part of the opening, maybe coming from some more risky play from someone like Matt, who has such a strong lead, seems to be going for some cuts, some directions of some items.
Yeah, I definitely think that might have played a little bit of a role in this last race specifically. I think, Axiomat went for a pretty difficult cut to go for in the Dino Jungle. It's one of those things where it's it's a very precise drift that you have to hit. And as you saw, like he had a little bit too much speed. I think he was using the boost wisp there. So he kind of like bonked into the cactus, but it put him way in the back. So it like gave the other racers a really good chance to be able to pull away and try to like get some more points for themselves, you know. But Axial Matt, he was down, but he wasn't out. He still had a really good finish there, considering the fact that he was in 12th coming out of lap 2.
Yeah, speaking of pulling through, I saw that Pokeballs from that finish went like put themselves at 7th place. They are so close in the leaderboard. They needed like that was huge for them. They need to actually get a couple more podium finishes, and whoever was at 6th or 5th needed to just do horrible, and then they'll be able to get it through. That was their make or break moment for them.
I'm really curious to see how our racers are going to fare on this track. This is, I would consider, one of the more difficult tracks in this game. As you saw, there was kind of like there's like a wind coming through here, and that does affect you a little bit on the track. So like it's just a different feeling, a little bit of adjustment you might have to deal with.
Look, did you expect a blizzard not to be on Blizzard Valley?
No, you're absolutely no, you're spitting. That's true. They had to put it in somewhere.
Like it's gotta be crazy. Have you been to a blizzard? I did not grow up with snow, but my first blizzard experience, I thought was the end of the world.
Yeah, thankfully, I haven't had to deal with it. But we'll see. Let's see what these racers are gonna have to deal with going into the next CrossWorld here. We're going back to Hidden World.
Ooh. I don't want to fly, Mom. I imagine this is what drugs are like.
Steve is definitely changed their stance for the remainder of these courses. They're locked in, ready to go. They really want to get a top spot.
Oh,
and
yeah,
they're
these
racing
racers know
fairly well.
what's on the line, you know.
Oh my god.
I'm sure you can tell a lot of the racers are just very locked in. They're very much trying to pay attention to everything that they can, trying to look for any little bit of like info that they can look for to get a little bit of edge, or you know, maybe a correct place to use an item, looking out for those shortcuts and stuff. Well, let's see if Axial Matt's going to keep this tornado or burn it to be a little bit aggressive. Definitely opting to keep it. I think this is definitely the way to go.
I think they got hit by the thing.
Coming out in first place at the end of lap 2 here. But little Aggie trying to sneak ahead.
They really tried to hit him out too, which was very risky. What? Did that bomb hit him?
He got hit by, I think, a glove. He tried to back the bomb to defend himself, but it's really difficult to try to do that on a drift. You actually have to kind of adjust yourself the other way to throw it backwards on a big turn like that. Very, very difficult to avoid items on turns like that.
But they're still in 3rd, so that's pretty decent.
Ooh, Axial Matt is in was in 9th place, but has 2 very, very powerful items here approaching the front of the pack. And he's got the triple wisp here. Let's see. This last one is actually a longer duration boost. He's using the shortcut perfectly there with the boost wisp.
Oh, but the weight came in.
King Boom Boo? Stopping him as well.
Kimu. Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Let's go.
And that just proves that you're just never out of it. Corgi Cam managing to pull back. Let's see if he got the first place. And he does it.
Oh my god, that took him so far down.
Oh, wait, where is he actually? I didn't see where he finished.
I didn't see him. He's below 4th. I took him to like 4th to like 7th. Axial Matt got hit by everything. The way into that King Pop. Oh.
Just when he thought he had it in the bag.
Yeah, and he had everything to defend himself too. That monster truck into that triples. It looked like it. Yeah, but man, that is Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. Never to let go of your breath until you finish that finish line. Because I even with that cross the finish line, I'm always like, did I do well? I have to wait.
Yeah, I think we can say that Corgi Cam's reaction was appropriate when you have these kind of endings, and it's not a surprise, I guess. People are targeting Axial Matt more after such consistent performances. But we did touch on the fact that he's going for more risky things. I also wanted to follow up on the opportunity here, though, because if you are pretty secure in your points and getting that top half like Matt is, this would be the time to do those risky things, no? So you can get the practice against everyone, or would you just be too worried about falling out of the top 6 because of the variability?
I definitely think it depends on the competitor's mindset. So like, I think me personally, like, I would be less likely to go for riskier plays here because I'm more of a person that is very I feel very strongly about consistency. So whatever I can do to make it as consistent for myself as possible, I will do. But I also don't blame Axial Matt for going for something a little bit risky there, because I mean, it has such a high payoff if you hit a shortcut like that. You really do secure a first placing, especially if others that you're racing against don't know about that shortcut. So
yeah, and we're getting to the final 2 courses here, and
but
the standings, if you see on the left, are so close. Pokelols is literally 4 points away from 6. They have to. It's them and Little Aggie are fighting. The 5th place has 104 points. Everybody's fighting for 6 of these last 2 ones. Little Aggie, Pokelos, Dr. Gluon, Burke Black, Steve. They can all make it. They just need to have like 2 solid finishes. So let's see how this shapes up here.
Yeah, we're here on Radical Highway, my favorite track, mostly just because of just nostalgia. I love this track so much. But what we're gonna see is there's actually like this big bridge here. There's like a shortcut that you can kind of take up on the side there with a bunch of boost panels on kind of the rail there. Almost like you're grinding in a Sonic game. It's really cool. Oh, Little Aggie getting hit by the red glove. Able to use a boost wisp to get back up to speed really quickly though, so that way he's not too far out of it. And getting rewarded with another boost wisp from getting that item capsule.
But I love these corner
He's expertly using that boost wisp to get through the shortcut, but somebody dropped a magnet right in his face. I believe it was Corgi Cam.
Oh, I like no
Unlucky positioning.
I just wanted to make sure that they understood that the magnet was just for that.
Yep. Oh my!
I love the jets like that.
So you can be a monster truck while you're in the air, or while you're a boat as well. So it can be really terrifying to see that just kind of like flying directly next to you. Crew's kind of just like shrugging it off though, not caring, pulling into the lead here. King Boost Wisp on deck.
Can you explain what King Boost Wisp is for people that may not know?
Yeah, so when you have, you can get a triple boost in this game, and the last one, basically, with the one with the crown, gets an extended boost. I believe it is slightly faster. Don't quote me on that, but I do know that the boost lasts longer. So it's really useful to just have 3 boosts in general, but it's really, really useful to be able to take a shortcut a little earlier than you normally would be able to.
I love the pose. I love the poses that the King Boo Wisp does. the Wisp boost does. It's just like it's hilarious.
Yeah, there's a lot of personality in not only the characters in this game, but just the wisps and stuff as well. Really good attention to the detail.
Ooh, that tornado! That was so close. That took out like 3 racers.
Yeah, I'm surprised Little Aggie didn't get touched by that. I actually saw the effect of the fire tornado on the screen. It was a little bit terrifying.
As you can see, Little Aggie and Pokey are really taking each other out. I saw they backed specifically them just because of the point spread. So so let's see how this shapes up to the final stretch.
Yeah, I think the competitors know what's on the line and what they need to do in order to try to secure that top spot. Oh wow, Axial hitting Corgi Cam kind of far back with that green glove. I wonder where Corgi Cam ended up after that.
That's bad. That's good.
Oh. Dark Chow, it actually could be worse. This is a fine item to get hit with in first place, as long as you didn't have a shield and he didn't have to worry about that.
Nice finish on Axel, man. Really solid racer.
Radical Highway, right? That's the guy.
That is the guy. This is his home. Yeah, Axial Matt popping off very, very deservingly. I mean, he's crushing these races. He's playing phenomenally all around.
You can tell he's so relaxed, just singing along, bup, bup, bup. I mean, there's not many people that are on his tail right now in the rankings, but you were both talking about how close Little Aggie and Pokelols were. 4 points between them, I believe, before going into this round. And in that 6th and 7th spot. Wait, weren't these 2 players that you were calling out earlier?
These were the 2 that I was looking for specifically in this cruiser bracket here. Both are, I know just based on the history of like watching both of these streamers, that they're gamers. Like they have a lot of experience over the years of playing lots of like difficult games, just a good variety of games, and so they know what they're doing, I would imagine, in a kart racer like this. So seeing them kind of like get the hang of things it's nice to see. I'm just glad that, you know, I was good at that, at predicting that they were kind of figuring things out fast, you know.
So I don't know if it feels some type of way, them being on the border of qualifying or not, but there can still be a lot of shifting where they both might end up in the top. They could also both end up in the bottom, but you know, we'll have to see. I did like, though, Bear, you're talking about how there was clearly a knowledge of the players, kind of as Em was saying, they're competitors. They know what you got to do. They're very aware of who they're fighting against to get these spots. And are you noticing kind of that targeting increasing as we're in the final 2 rounds?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. You backing items, specifically slowing down to aim at someone and popping the tornado immediately. As soon as you saw someone's screen name, I wouldn't do that. If I knew it was between me and M is right next to me, I'll pop that tornado frame 1. See that? Bam! Like, just take him out, because he's just like, I need these points.
I'll just hit you with the head nod, man. I just be like, yep.
Yeah, and that made a huge difference. Look at the points right now. Little Aggie's at 100. Pokelos is at 92. This is the actual crucial winner. The only way this works is if Pokelos gets first, which is 15 points, and Little Aggie has to get like bottom 3 basically. And then that would solidify 6th place. I believe Dr. Gulon is out of contention, just because it would just be 98. So it is literally between Little Aggie and Pokelos for this last stretch for that final 6th spot.
Yeah, and anything can happen here at Chow Park. Chow Park is one of the more, I would say, specifically chaotic tracks that you're going to see in Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. Just because of stuff like this, taking the drift there, you just fly out of bounds if you don't take it tight enough. Stuff like that. And also you can just see like how close quarters everybody is. This is like the perfect setup to be hit by all sorts of different items, including ones that like roll past different racers after hitting them. Like, so it just bounce. A bomb could bounce off the walls and knock out like 3 people at a time.
Oh, is that good?
Wow, Pokelos is so focused. I can rarely even see it. Like, he's just so leaned in. He really wants to make sure they get this, and they understand how important it is to get first place to the finish here.
Yeah, at least we're at a place here. CrossWorld, in Sonic Racing CrossWorlds, you can end up pretty much anywhere, but you know, I'm sure the racers are probably happy to see us go back to Digital Circuit, a track that they've seen a few times, to get a little bit more comfortability here. And that King Boom Boo hit probably like 4 or 5 people there, so that's definitely going to switch
impossible to
things
react
up.
on that one. That was crazy. The way it spawned there. It's tough.
Oh my gosh, Reinho backing a spike ball directly into Katie. Perfect timing there. Chibidoki's kind of trying to bully Reinho here, kind of trying to push her out of the way. Oh, really good driving by Reinho there too, being able to get around those like trains that are kind of on the tracks there, using the blue boosters as well. She's got a ton of rings.
Yeah,
Push
full
money.
rings. Pretty good. They I mean, they're in top 2. Chibidoki and Reno are solid here, but it all just depends on Little Aggie and Pokelos and how they finish up here as well.
Am I gonna hit me?
But Reno's been phenomenal for the most part when it comes down to this section.
Yeah, if I'm Reno right now, I want to look for some defensive items to help me maybe.
There's Little Aggie in 3rd, and 4th. They're really trying to make it through.
This is a big turn. That King Boom Boo probably hit like a bunch of people there. Oh, the Dark Chow item is really going to switch things up here at the end too, refreshing everybody's items, but giving everybody 2.
Oh, is it happening?
Oh my god.
Cruz taking first place. Well done.
Taking first and then not backing their items. If they backed their items, they could have ended Little Aggie's run there. So I'm not sure how that worked out, but Little Aggie ended up getting 2nd place, which really made a difference for them. Massive.
Yeah, that is going to be a ton of points. We're going to see how that shakes out here.
Did either of you catch where Pokelols ended up finishing?
It was like in the middle pack. It was pretty tough. You know?
Gotcha. Yeah, and since that was the last race for this group of drivers, so we will know eventually how or which ones rather actually ended up qualifying to get to the grand final. But what a nice finish for Cruz there. I believe Cruz had enough points where she was not at risk of anyone overtaking her spot, even if she fell to number 6. But we'll find out eventually who ended up making it through. For now, chat, remember, we're here having a good time. But our friends at State Farm need your help selecting the perfect good neighbor for us to shine a bright light on today. So go to the polling extension now and choose who you want to see featured in our State Farm Good Neighbor segment later. What a spotlight it will be. We'll see you there.
That's how it's done.
Oh, my back. Hey, how about a little friendly support?
Thank you. Want even more sport? Yeah, okay. Ah, memories. Wow, you should see your face right now. Who took this photo?
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back to the Sonic Racing CrossWorlds NA Qualifier on Twitch Rivals, which is brought to you by Sonic Racing CrossWorlds, available now. And if you haven't got a chance to actually play the game, you've got to know it's got 24 courses, 15 CrossWorlds, and 23 characters in the base roster. So this is for sure the biggest Sonic racing game that we have seen to date. And there's more content on the way. Purchasing the digital deluxe edition is going to get you the season pass that's crammed with guest characters, vehicles, courses, and so much more from your favorite entertainment franchises, including Minecraft, SpongeBob SquarePants, and Pac-Man. Seriously, there is so much to look forward to. And you can learn more about what you have to look forward to at racecrossworlds.com and follow the official X account for the latest updates. Thank you again to Sonic Racing CrossWorlds for making today's show possible. And thank you to our casters for keeping us in the know of what's happening and what we're watching. Em and Bear joining us once again. Bear, soon enough, we're going to find out who our 6 qualifiers in our first group of cruisers are.
Well, yeah, I'm excited to see that because Axelmat was doing great. And then Chibi said they wanted to be 11th. I didn't definitely, they're not 11th. I know that. And they played very well. But I know that Pokelols and Little Aggie were like neck and neck. So they were for 6th place specifically. So I'm kind of excited to see how they fared out. They raced so well. And that last 2 races, I was holding my breath for them.
Yeah, let's find out not only who ended up qualifying, but who took the number 1 spot. Yeah. Going in with all the confidence to the grand finals. No surprise that Axial Matt did finish in first place, champion of the cruisers. And remember, there is a different split in the actual prize pool, so you do get a little extra something based on your placement here. So we've got Axial Matt, Corgi Cam, Chibi Doki, Cruzadar, Rainho, and Lil Aggie. The battle between Lil Aggie and Pokeballs is done.
Yeah, and Lil Aggie just barely, kind of getting in front of Pokeballs there. I'm really impressed with Axial Matt's dominance. He played insanely well throughout. Corgi Cam was just kind of right on his tail the entire time. And, of course, Chibi Doki. I mean, she had a pretty low confidence going in, but I think she proved herself as quite a talented racer there, getting herself a top 3 finish there. That is insanely impressive.
Yeah, I feel trolled. I feel like Chibi Doki, you trolled us in us thinking you were going to finish towards the bottom. But I'm proud you keep fighting. And I also realized, I said Pokeballs, and I thought, man, my stomach is really talking for me right now. So Pokelols, I'm glad I don't have to think about food, at least for the rest of the day, while watching these matches, because we're completely switching up who we will be watching. We're moving from the cruisers to the racers. Everyone will be joining forces when we hit the grand final next Friday. But yeah, as we transition, any last thoughts on the last crew or any thoughts going into this next group we got?
Well, what I will say about the last group is really job well done to the cruisers group. They were very impressive. I think that a lot of them really got the hang of things as the tournament went on. And that being said, going into this next group with the racers, I'm really excited to see if we see like that happen maybe a little bit quicker, because we're in a little bit more of like the try hard kind of group of people. There's a lot of like talented speedrunners and gamers alike in this group. So I'm really excited to see kind of like the differences in how they shape up.
Oh, for sure. Because Bear, are you with me in being pretty impressed by how the cruisers performed despite being labeled as the less experienced streamers?
Cruisers, they were cruising past that finish line. It was fantastic. But one thing I just want to say, congrats to all the top 6 in the cruisers. But if you did place top 6, use that as a learning moment. Look back at your VOD. That's how I am whenever I lose and do something wrong. I look at my VOD, see what I did wrong, and keep playing this game. Sonic Racing CrossWorlds is all about having fun and learning. And I feel like just because you didn't make it doesn't mean that you're not good enough. It just means that at that moment you weren't ready and things didn't line up. But you can line it up and get yourself to the next phase. So don't give up. Plus you had a good experience, and I think A-Way did a great job. They didn't give up. They really kept going as much as they can.
And with Twitch Rivals, we're always having events here. So I always get excited when we get to do new games like this with Sonic Racing CrossWorlds, because you notice that people are having so much fun and already looking on what they can improve for the next potential event. And that's how you know it's a good game, y'all. And let's watch more gameplay. We are hopping over to the racers. Just so you know, we're getting into race number 3. So we'll have to see how everyone's been faring so far, Em.
Yeah, looking at the standings here, it looks like we got X-Water at the front of the pack. You know, X-Water, he has a lot of experience doing different gaming challenges. I'm not surprised to see him in the top spot. Gamescage following close behind. That's what I would call our resident Sonic guy. He's our Sonic hype man. He's very involved in the community. Lots of experience playing this game, so definitely not surprised to see him up there. And yeah, we'll just have to see how the rest of these races kind of play out. Danger's also following close behind. Very talented speedrunner. So,
and something we notice here. The vehicles are way different than the cruisers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We got a lot more. It looks like extreme gear kind of out here, as well as speed type vehicles. Not as much power from what I can see. But we're here on Water Palace. You see, it looks like a lot of the people are using these charge jumps to their advantage. Oh no, Philly having a hard time with that turn. A little piece of advice for maybe the people at home that also might be struggling with that turn. No! It is very difficult. One of the best ways to take turns in this game is actually to not break drift. It's actually just to hold drift and let go of the A button, or the accelerate button. It helps make a lot of turns, especially like that one, a lot easier.
We haven't seen this frenzy yet. Explain this frenzy. This frenzy is awesome.
Oh yeah, this is the drift meter frenzy. So basically, all of the drifts that you take here, your drift meter is going to charge up exponentially, as you can see here, without even trying. Grand Pooh Bear was able to charge a level 4 there, but unfortunately getting hit by the King Boom Boo, losing a bunch of rings and positioning.
Oh god, these hazards are just terrifying.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the scarier CrossWorlds. This is, again, you never know what to expect. You have these 2 robot enemies near the front of the pack that are kind of shooting lasers on either side. You can kind of watch them to get an idea of when they're going to, like, become a hazard for you, but you know, it's just one more thing to deal with in the like chaotic racing of Sonic Racing CrossWorlds.
Oh, Scooter's saying hi, Mom, on their layout. Then we got Games Cage here playing Sonic, and on the boost hoverboard. They're locked in. I love to see this for them.
Yeah, I think another thing that we'll find really important in this racer category too is the gadget choices. So far, I've seen mostly using Drift Level 1. I think that is probably one of the best gadgets to use for a 2-slot build. And especially on the extreme gear where boosting is very, very important, especially since the top speed on extreme gear is a little bit lower, and kind of just the boost helps with that a lot.
No.
Ooh, Coney was not ready for that tornado. What happened? Ending up going from 1st to 8th at this 7th at this point.
Yeah, Coney, unfortunately, having a spike ball in hand, he's going to need something else here from this last item set to maybe try to pull ahead. Fire Dragon, though, he's in the front. A very competent racer, he's speedran racing games before, so I'm not surprised to see him, you know, he might have been at the bottom of the pack, but he's still proving he's not out of it with that first placing.
And that pop-off, it was so much needed because that King Bamboo came out right after. Fantastic. Good for them. Games Cage in 2nd place.
Yeah,
wow.
Holding firm. That's actually not going to do too much to Games Cage. Games Cage's positioning, finishing in 2nd there. He's got a lot of points from the 2nd place, and he had Fire Dragon, who's just getting himself back into the fray, you know?
I do feel like when you come across these type of lobbies that are very tight in experience, a lot of hardcore competitors, it feels like the finishes in each of the rounds can be a lot more variable because a single moment can make such a big change. Bear, would you say that the punishment for, you know, either getting hit by something or maybe having a misstep here in this caliber of competition means something different than what we saw previously?
Oh, massive. Because in the cruiser rounds, when someone got hit, they went maybe from like, you know, 2 to 4. But this one, we saw Coney get hit, and they were in 2nd place. Then they went to 8th. Like, and then they didn't have anything to recover. That's why in this specific round, if you're playing with racers that are like very much on your level, and you got a straightaway, and you're doing your charge jumps or whatever, use your back camera. You have to see what someone else has behind you. If you can just have that couple frames of knowing they have a big bomb, they have a rocket punch, or then you can at least anticipate that, especially at the end straightaway, because you gotta strafe and make sure you don't get hit. But that puts the Games Cage at first place now with 36 points, with Xwater in second with 32, and Scootish making the way up top 3 with 29. The top 4 is actually very close, from 28 to 36. That spread is only 12 points. That is a solid top 4 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We're only a few races in, but everything seems pretty close. It seems that, like, we still got a lot of races left to go, but it's anybody's race to win here.
Yeah, it really is.
I'm getting bumped into the wall, man.
And Coney is not happy about how that last race went. You can definitely tell, and then the placing they're in right now, it definitely made them set them back big time.
Yeah, for sure. If I'm these racers right now, I'm just thinking about, okay, I really want to try to. Ooh, that was so unlucky.
I got nudged.
Getting hit by the robot there, kind of locking you out of the steering. Poor Novelid.
That robot had a vendetta. They had beef. They had beef with the
Okay, we got Games Cage here at the front of the pack going into cyberspace. He's using that advanced snaking tech that we would like to see with extreme gears. This is how you want to be racing. This is the way to do it.
It's fine.
Oh, he missed the trick ring. He was trying to aim for that to go onto the upper path, maybe get some more rings there.
What is the song? I don't even know what the song is.
I do really enjoy Games Cage's chat. Good, nice, jamming, good. They just know. It's just fantastic.
Talking about the iconic voice lines that each of these characters will have while doing the different tricks and stuff. Kind of supporting him. And Philly, he's in third place here, trying to hit somebody with that green glove. Not able to get a lock on, though. But one of his magnets in the back ended up hitting Coney.
Yeah, and something I've noticed with all these racers, they are fantastic at ring management. None of them have anything below 80. They're so good at just anticipating something getting hit and then just adjusting as necessary. Unless you can't do much. But everything else has been great.
Yeah, King Boom Boo, you can't do much about that. You are able to use a shield to block it. With really, really, really tight timing, you're actually able to avoid it with a boost wisp. I've only seen it a few times, but it is possible. But it's a very punishing item. It's definitely going to switch up the placings of the different racers.
Right,
Speaking of which, the slime item is a really good item to really reset the track for maybe somebody who might be falling behind. It gets rid of the different items that everybody is holding. And it makes everybody slow down and have to deal with a little bit of the slime on their screen.
Nice.
Oh, and Games Cage in first place with a shield in tow. I wonder if they can take cut or they just play it safe. Oh, wait. They have that shield. They're solid. Take cut. Nice line there. Solid. They're getting hit. Okay, nice. Target down. They use that magnet.
I just love the energy that Games Cage brings to this. Like I said, man, resident Sonic hype man, dude, and he played that last straightaway so expertly, using the shield to block the weight, and then also using the magnet to defend himself from the item that was hitting him from behind. That was a really good showing of Sonic Racing CrossWorlds just in general.
Yeah.
Whenever someone's an expert like that in both play and reaction, it's always something extra special. And Bear, I think it's safe to say we just witnessed that in full effect.
Oh, yeah. Passion and meeting skill is a thing of beauty, because it's one thing just to win, but when you win and you won because you were locked in and yourself, you tell yourself you're the best every day, that's a winning mentality. And that was fantastic. Took the cut, had defense, they knew they were solid even after their second item. They backed to help them out, but that was awesome. Good for them. Great job the Games Cage. And looking at top 3 there, Scootage actually finished 3rd, which is huge because they're already making their way back up. So they're solidifying themselves in the podium area, which is actually great. Like, you can't discount people that get like top 4 in a Grand Prix, because if you get first all the time, first one race and then last the next race, you're really just averaging 6. But if you get 3rd consistently for like 5 races, then your average is 3rd, and you'll have a lot more points going into that overall Grand Prix. So, shout outs to Scootish, because they were actually doing very well, and they're playing for their mom per their overlay. So I always appreciate it. Someone say hi to their mom on the overlay. As you can see, look at the Game Cage in first place, 51, Scootish in second with 39, Xwater in third with 35.
Yeah, we're going here to Sand Road. Sand Road, I think this track can be kind of difficult, maybe to like newer racers, but we'll see how these racers take the turns and stuff. We got Linkus here. Linkus is gonna need. Luckily, when you're in last place in this game, at least you have the ability to get an item that will bring you back into the fray very quickly. So if I'm Linkus here, I'm looking out for a drill wisp. Hopefully that'll come through here for him. Let's see what he gets. You got the laser. The laser's also really good to help you try to get some positioning back. Look how far he jumped back into that pack.
I love the laser because it turns my brain off, and if any moment I can turn my brain off and breathe for a bit in a racing game, it's my favorite item.
Yeah, there's that drill wisp I was talking about, and Linkus is going to find himself really close to the front of the pack here. Look at that. Kind of joining the rest of them as they enter Roulette Road for this CrossWorld.
What a beautiful name. I love alliteration. Roulette Road.
Oh yeah, Sonic's got a lot of alliteration with their different stage naming conventions. I love it.
Yeah, it just rolls off the tongue. You don't even have to think about it. It's just something that should exist. There's no Roulette Road in Vegas. I don't see one out here. I would love a Roulette Road. I mean, no, nice. Ooh,
Hey,
Coney really needs to have solid spots. I did see they were in the bottom 2 or possibly 12 overall. So they need to have a solid finish to make their way back up to the top 6.
Yeah, we got Games Cage
Let's do this.
sitting near the front here, but Scootish is up there at the front right now. Scootish is definitely proving to be a name that you cannot count out. Scootish is playing absurdly well and consistently.
Oh, God.
Kind of duking it out here with probably one of the most fearsome competitors in this competition, Games Cage.
That scares me.
I mean, Grand Pooh Bear is up in the top 3 now as well. Game Stage opting to take the boat path here is awesome.
Shit. I didn't get that item.
Getting the
That's
boost
bad.
ring, get the little bit of extra speed, saving that charge jump to go into the boost ring in the air. Seeing some extra play here.
Yeah.
Ooh, barely managing to get that item there. I was actually worried that Scootish wasn't going to be able to pick anything up from it.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Sorry,
fur.
Shadow. Not today, buddy.
Oh,
Nice snipe there.
Good. Nice. Good. Nice. Good. Nice. Let's go. Good.
fiery passion from Games Cage here. He's electric out there. He's crushing.
And Coney making that second. Oh, Coney, that was huge for Coney. Coney needed that. He needed that so hard. But Scootish got 12 that race. Oh, this is insane.
Yeah, that's a very dominant win.
That's
there.
great. Gamescape really just showing that passion. I love that we get to see that. Back-to-back first places is phenomenal.
Mm-hmm. Is nice, good, something from his channel, or I feel
when Sonic does a trick, remember, so when you do tricks in this game, like in the air, just like off of a ramp, every character has 3 lines that they say for each of like the following tricks. And the good is like the first one that Sonic says. So it's like good, nice. And then so like that's like his chat has been kind of like turned that into like a meme because he plays as Sonic a lot. And they just constantly hear that when he's racing.
Yeah, so they're just good, nice, good. It's great.
Good,
it's fantastic.
good.
I love it.
Look, I would love to hear someone tell me good every time I do something great in any racing game. That is motivational.
There were a couple no's, but they were so infrequent because Games Cage was playing so well. So you didn't need a lot of no's from the audience. But which buff is bigger, Bear, as we get into it? Is it the good buff or Scootish's mom buff?
I don't know. Scootish got to pull up because that was tough. They got 12 there, but they're still at 40. So right now, Games Cage is having an insane lead between first and second. That 20-point difference is massive between first and second. So Games Cage is going to try to run with that. But right now, Scootish still has to fight for that top 6 spot. It is very close for them. They're at 40 and in 6th place has 31. That really isn't much. That's only 9-point difference. So they have to make sure that they don't let off and their gas and do not have a bottom placement for the rest of the Grand Prix.
This is so rude.
Yeah, we got a lot of races left, but so yeah, I mean, you never really know what's going to happen here. I mean, it's a close race, especially for the people even in the middle of the pack. So, or even in the back of the pack, I should say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even in 12th with Phillies at 24 points, that's still enough to even make top 6. So I wouldn't give up.
Yeah, I know personally that Philly is also
6.
a speedrunner that could pick up on things kind of quickly. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
For kind of bullying people on the road there, but running into Linkus there on the track. Like I said, you can kind of get petty in Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. They definitely know each other. There might be, you know, a little friendly rivalry going on. Okay, we're back in that digital circuit. We're in the flying section here. Definitely want to hit those boost rings whenever possible. Fire Dragon knows he needs some more rings here, so he's definitely opting to go for the bigger ring amounts when possible.
Mm-hmm. And one thing I've noticed with the differences between the cruisers and the racers when we've casted so far,
at least
the racers are so locked in. They are when they open their mouth, they're breathing. They're not talking as much because they know they just have to be super focused. Like Grand Pooh Bear is so focused. I think he's straight up in an actual racing simulation. Like he is embodying Metal Sonic. He is in the game. He is not playing the game. He is in this game.
Yeah, he's leaned forward into his monitor, so all that's in his field of view is that monitor. He is in Colorful Mall right now.
I joke, Philly. I can't say that to you.
And I should
Games
be
Cage,
able to
first
get
place.
this
Double
from him.
the item set. Got set.
All right.
That was awesome. That ring. They were solid for them.
And
they have double
we're just gonna take
defense,
the
so they
regular
should be
path. I don't
solid
have
as long as
materials
they
for it to
just
go through.
maintain this lead. Hopefully nothing crazy.
Oh, but Dangers has the boost whip to get through this cut here, be able to pull into the first place position.
He's getting, he got tracked there.
Okay. That's
Nice
what I'm
first
talking
place
about.
from them. Dangers really needed that.
Danger's a very
Games Cage-
deserved pop off there. That was really well done there at the end to seal the first place position.
And he needed Game Cage gets second, so that's fine for them.
The
Link is in
comeback.
third. That's fantastic. But Danger's really needed that first place. So good job, Dangerous. That was awesome.
Yeah, it's too tight in the points to really be able to afford any low finishes if you are, kind of fighting for that. But I mean, on that note, I think Philly, for instance, saying how, Philly's locked in and was saying that Philly's usually somebody that can be adaptable. I also think you can tell when watching Philly, right? On the face, he doesn't seem to be phased at all, like as if he's out of it.
Yeah,
no, not at all.
I think that's just the good competitive mindset of just like understanding, like, sometimes you might make mistakes or sometimes things might not go well, but as long as you stay in it, kind of keep a level head and kind of ask yourself those questions like, what can I do better? How can I avoid this situation again? Is kind of the things you want to be doing.
And I do wonder the relationship between some of these competitors, though. Obviously, there's a lot of connections, but even when we just heard Burr talking, Burr was calling out Philly and what seemed to be some good feelings. So I feel like sometimes it takes some time to figure out who is rooting for which players and who is hoping for their downfall.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to see who's going to come out on top in this next one, course number 7.
Oh my god, the point difference between Games Cage and Dangers is 30 points.
Yeah,
that is 2 first places. That is wild.
That is insane dominance, man.
Yeah, but also that just means that top 6 can still be like the remaining top 6 can be anybody. Even Burr in 12th right now with 29 points, they can still make top 6.
Wow, Linkus managing to be at the top of that tower of racers there, managing to keep most of the control to be able to stay in the front of the pack. Really well done, but Fur coming in with an aggressive tornado, kind of knocking him out.
That's possible on the ring whatever item.
Having a tough time getting another tornado here.
They just killed
Those defensive items are really good. The fire tornado, like I said, could be used aggressively, but once you start to kind of fall behind into 5th and stuff, you're really looking for an item to kind of help close that gap. Maybe like a laser or a boost or a drill wisp, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we're here for Sweet Mountain.
Yeah, and they got frenzy time with the frenzy boost gates.
I'm getting knocked out.
Yeah, getting knocked around is something that is very likely to happen with those extreme gear. I think that he was just expressing that. It's just, you really do get bullied. That's why it's such a high risk, high reward kind of machine to use.
Sorry, the little animation that is this camera just make me laugh.
He's getting pet for motivation.
You know what?
Maybe it's working out. He's in the front of the pack right
working.
now.
They're in the top spots, and they hit out Scooch. I don't know how they hit Scooch. He wasn't even in the screen.
Oh, what is this? Oh, slime. Honestly, this is one of the better places, I guess, to get hit by it because it slows you down. You're not too likely to fly off of these this section that we kind of stated earlier in the cruiser section is just really difficult to drive. Very easy to fly off. Burr here very far in the front with a shield. It's going to run out before the finish line, but...
talking about. That's why he's the GOAT.
Nice. They needed that. They're in 12th in the standings. They needed that first place. That's huge for them. Pop off, Burr.
Great stuff by Burr there. He's got the energy. He knows he's down, but he's not out. Proving to himself. Kind of giving himself that confidence boost.
That's a first place in the sweat lobby.
Oh, I just wanted to hear what he had. First place in the sweat lobby is what he said. And, you know, that does give you a little extra energy when you're achieving that. And yeah, race number 7 of 16. So anything can happen. Barry, you were just talking about how Burr really needed that to be able to still be in contention.
Yeah, I mean, Burr was in last in the point standings, and then he ended up getting first there, which puts him closer to the top 6. And what's crazy is Dangerous got first last race, and then they got last at just the race we just played on. So that still averaged them 6, which isn't bad, but that just makes a difference for a lot of these people. If you have a handful of races left, so it's not the end. But man, it's very contentious. You can definitely see everybody listening at each person's POV. They are locked in and they're sweating. And I see it like genuinely sweating. And this game can do that if you're really hyper focused, because you just have to be ready for everything.
I mean, when it comes to karting and racing in these type of formats, it's very different when you compare that to a solitary experience versus something with zero sums where only one person can come in first, only one person can come in last. And I think it's about time we find out who that is in course number 8.
Yeah, going here to Potos.
Oh God, I think a lot of people know this course is going to be difficult to navigate, especially at a higher level of play.
Yeah, this is definitely where the item play is going to become like even more scary, because I think the racers are just aware of just how close quarters this is, and they're going to be letting those items fly whenever they can get an advantage, which is going to be most of the time.
Good Lord.
Okay, you're into this flying section. Coney going for the boost ring. Good call, good call. No, Coney's a gamer too. I know he's got a lot of competitive gaming experience. He's also somebody I could definitely expect to, swing back into the lead the more time he has with this game, for sure. Proven time and time and again to get good at like multiple different types of games.
What now?
We're going back to cyberspace. I love this.
Personal favorite CrossWorld.
I love that Sonic Racing CrossWorld does this. Specifically, having you go to another course for lap 2 it's such a nice, fresh experience. This is a great mechanic.
Yeah, no two races back to back are going to be the same. I mean, this is just it keeps you on your toes and really just makes it so that adaptability is a really important skill here.
All right.
Also, just understanding when to use your items. You'll see Games Cage here. He has a lot, like we said, he's got a lot of experience playing this game. He knows that he needs to hold on to that boost wisp whenever possible. He burned it there because he's in 8th place, so he has the opportunity to get a better item. He's going to try to see if he can get something to close the gap.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, this section right here is also extremely difficult to drive in. Those trucks can hit you and slow you down on a dime. There's actually these really thin poles that are in the middle. Can slow you down too.
Wow. Oh my God, poor Dangers. That was, oh my God. They went from first to 11th. Dude, that is so painful.
I think a lot of us playing this game know what that's like. Sometimes you just get hit back to back to back by a bunch of items, but
look, you gotta laugh sometimes. When life gives you lemons, you gotta laugh.
I mean, it happened in that section we were talking about too. The section where it's just so close quarters. It's like,
yeah,
you're a sitting duck if you're in the front.
Locked in. He knows he needs his first place. Let's see if he can solidify it here. He's getting rings. Oh, this is very close.
Oh, this is really tight. Coney gonna try to get these boost rings, maybe get in front of Fur, but Fur's holding the lead, and
wait. He might have got the draft. Possibly.
It's really close. It's really close.
I think the celebration there, Fur got first. Yeah, I think the Shadow celebrated for his first place celebration.
I deserve
Yeah, I did.
this.
Nice. But Coney getting
Fur
second
taking
is so
first.
huge.
I deserved this.
Fur taking first, Coney taking second, and Games Cage getting third. Games Cage and Scootish is right behind Games Cage. This is shaping up to be really good. Coney woke up. He said, "I need to wake up and I need to make top 6." I saw that lane. I've seen this man compete in Smash. I've seen this man compete in any other games, and when he is locked in, he's got that as eyes, and like I love seeing that from any competitor, because you know they actually start like, okay, I can't do this. I can't fail myself. It's not succeeding for their community. It's make sure they see for themselves, and I love that energy. You can feel it through this stream.
Yeah, I do feel like when we came in during the third race is when we really saw Coney kind of hit the early downfall, got hit real hard and punished in race number 3, but picking it up in race number 8 and getting that second place. Let's find out what that did in terms of affecting Coney in the standings thus far, because we are at the halfway point for our racers, and Coney is in that number 7 spot, tied actually for 6th right now with Grand Pooh Bear, but there's so many ties, so close right now.
Oh my god.
Yeah, just look at that. Look at those numbers. Look, this is literally just one race differential for most of these racers. Like this, it's gonna be like really back and forth, I feel, with especially with our middle pack here. It's looking really crazy.
Yeah, look, second through pretty much 9th. That is a 6 points difference between all of those people. That is anybody's, and that is wild. That's close. And Philly Bird, they got to make a way back up, and they will. But Games Cage, shout out to Games Cage, man. That man is putting the speed in Sonic in here. We're racing at a higher speed, I know, for the racers specifically, and he is showing that like dominance. He's close to 100 points, and we're not like, that is a crazy Grand Prix so far. And he knows like after Apostas, he's got Kronos Island, and he's got to make sure he's making a statement. He's representing the Sonic community, and he's doing a great job so far.
I don't know, but as Burr had said, this is the sweaty lobby. It can be anyone's game, and we'll find out the progress everyone is making after the break. Welcome back to Sonic Racing CrossWorlds here on Twitch Rivals. Chat, it is time for our State Farm Good Neighbor Spotlight, where we shine a bright light on someone special from today's event. So chat, earlier in the show, you selected Dr. Gluon as your good neighbor. So let's watch him shine.
Okay, we got Dr. Gluon here on Metal Harbor. Let's see what happens.
You know, I love seeing Egg Pond. He's hilarious.
That ain't me.
Ooh, the double boost.
Who's monster truck? What?
Are we sneaking in the front?
Oh.
We got
Oh my god.
How fantastic. It seemed like such a humble win. He was just like, ooh. Like, we did it.
You hate to see that.
Burning out always feels like a tough
Yeah,
sequence.
he's got a good head on his shoulders though. He was taking it like a champ. He was like, ooh, that's okay.
It's alright, you can make the way back up pretty easy after it.
Oh, the cut here. He's got the monster truck. Could definitely change some stuff up here at the end.
I'm a monster truck. I'm coming through.
Wow, he got very lucky by using it right before the slime came out.
I love the burst of energy that Dr. Gluon had there. He knew he was the evil villain with the monster truck. He was so excited to get to use it.
Hey, bud. Hi, bud.
Yes, dang it, Gluon! So polite.
Well, what did I do there, Bookie?
No, I love Dr. Gluon's energy.
All right, chat. Be sure to give Dr. Gluon a follow today. And remember, State Farm is your good neighbor in gaming, and you can check up everything that they have been doing on statefarm.com/gaming. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. I think that Dr. Gluon had a neighbor there in his chat wherever he was doing voice comms, because there we got to enjoy his chillness because somebody was in there hyping him up. I don't know who was screaming. Who do you think it was?
Probably just somebody who's a friend of his that's like kind of hyping him up to get him a little bit excited. He seems like, he's like a very chill, humble guy. Like I said, really good head on his shoulders. I mean, he took that burnout at the beginning as like that just happens. I think that's a really just good mindset to have with something like this. And maybe the friends are helping motivate him,
Yeah,
that's
good
what
head.
Twitch Rivals is all about.
Good head, good hat, good mentality. You can't be a nice job, Dr. Gluon. You had a good time. That's what Twitch Rivals is about. I think that for the most part, these events like these are to showcase our streamers and to have a good time, and then showcase this game because this game is really fun. And in win or losing circumstances, and just understanding how to adapt is like a great thing. So, chat out to Dr. Gluon.
For sure. And you got to give shout outs to their chats, to their mods, everyone that's keeping the energy of the streamers alive and thriving, because course number 9 is on its way.
I better not see no T-Rexes.
I think Cody might be a little bit surprised.
Sentient T-Rex. That's not the right word. If I see one T-Rex out of his fuck-ass skeleton, oh no.
Surely they won't come to life and be stage hazards, right? Surely.
Oh my god.
Cody's great.
Yeah, I think Cody's hilarious.
There is
and he's doing well at the beginning of this race, kind of staying near the front of the pack,
Coney
being
was
aggressive.
Was like super last in the leaderboard, and now they're in 7th place, and they are close to second just by one good race. So I'm not counting them out.
Very funny?
Yeah, just a reminder, guys. Like everybody here, if you look at the standings on the left, it's so close right now. Really, anybody could swing themselves into the lead if they have like a few good races here. We got Fire Dragon near the front. He's expertly using the drift boost there to get a little bit of an edge here on some of the racers.
I chose it. Dude, how many times is this getting selected? Stop pushing me into walls!
Billy kind of exuding the energy that like I think we all feel being in that hallway of the Podos, just being like, what's happening?
Cody, I'm so sorry, buddy.
To be fair,
I'm so sorry, buddy.
Your lap
so
2
sorry,
for
pal.
this course can be brutal, especially.
But I'm not sorry. I actually meant that with malice. I'm so sorry, man.
Having this be the second lap, but you know what? You just gotta adjust and make your way through it.
Omo Chow came through.
Yeah, Gamescage getting a little bit of rings to get back into place here, but no item to catch back up. Oh, and the slime coming through. But I think actually, whoa, wait, I didn't actually know that. It looked like whoever was in first place with the Void Wisps, what it does is it sucks up items that like come like around the radius of it. It looks like the other racers were close enough to get the slime taken away from them by being so close. That's an interaction I've never seen before. Wait, that's crazy. That makes so much sense though.
With this final lap here, let's see how this shakes out. X-Water has definitely been trying to make his way up, making sure they keep the top spot. Fire Dragon as well, and I think I don't know. I think Cody's actually in third and fourth, right behind them. And Grand Pooh Bear. This is very close for anybody's race.
No.
Oh, King Boom Boo is the big difference maker though. That.
Oh, he didn't
That is
get
a
any
brutal
box
item
for
to
the
get hit by.
no items for the last stretch for Coney. Let's see what he can do with no items.
Oh, Gamescage had a boost though, able to sneak into the front here. Yeah, opting to just go for the straightaway. Look at his face. Pulling up the PlayStation menu.
With a mission bot! I'm really him! Yeah!
That was fire.
His face when that happened was. Oh, Cody got second. Nice job to Cody. Dude, that was the funniest sequence, man.
The misinput into winning the race, insane. I'd have the exact same reaction, just being like, "What's going on? How did I do that?"
The emotional whiplash is real. Oh my God. But hey, first place, finishing right there. Coney still in second, so a lot of good consistency in these recent races. I did want to go back to that moment though. Em, you were talking about the slime getting taken away, an interaction you haven't seen before. What was going on there?
Yeah, so the way that the slime works is it's an item that hits everybody on the track except for the person using it. And what it does is it takes away your items, it slows you down, and it covers your screen with something you kind of have to get rid of by like kind of spinning the stick. The interaction that I saw that I've never seen was there's a Void Wisp, which what that does is it's kind of like a shield in a way. Any projectiles that are near it gets sucked up by the Void, as well as getting more rings or the item boxes that might be there. It does a really good job at like getting everything. What I didn't know is apparently if you're close enough when the slime goes off to that and you're not the person even using that item, apparently it sucks up the slime too, because the two people that were near the front there didn't get hit by the slime, even though they probably should have, because I don't think they had defensive items to avoid it. All right.
Getting in this 10th race here, the standings look so close. Coney in second place.
I start off so good every time, I feel like.
Coney is really coming to life here in these back half of races. He is a competitor at heart, and he's forcing himself back into the front.
Look, I said at the start of this, Gamescage, Coney, Rampu Bear, those are three that I felt like they would really try their best to make their way back up. I'm not surprised Gamescage is doing very well.
Okay, we're looking at Scootish here. Scootish, I mean, he's been proving himself really well with these races too. He has definitely proven to be a really fearsome competitor as well. But getting hit by the monster truck, you never like to see that. Kind of forcing the use of the boost wisp as well. Instead of using it for a shortcut, you kind of have to use it to get back into the swing.
My own worst nightmare.
Okay, Fire Dragon opting to pop the fire tornado kind of early, just kind of like, everybody get off of me, all right? I'm trying to race here. I'm trying to drive. Forced to use that shield a little bit earlier than you would probably like to, just to avoid that fire tornado from the opposing racer.
And Fire Dragon does a great job of avoiding the octopus, not the Kraken tentacles. And it's just understanding like, okay, I'm just have to go wide here, not try to get that boost panel.
Yeah, Danger's doing really well in this CrossWorld. It might be partially due to his gadget. He had an Air Trick Expert, gives you extra boosts from being in the air. This CrossWorld puts you up in the air a lot, especially with the different boat charge jumps and stuff that you have to go get over the water. And we're back for lap 3 here, back in Crystal Wine.
That's so unfortunate.
Bird getting just barely clipped by that magnet. So unlucky.
Yeah,
and the fire tornado.
That's unfortunate.
Dark Chow, a little bit of a
Yeah,
reset,
that's
kind
just-
of getting
that
rid of
just
those items that
hurts a
people might have been
lot.
holding.
It's fine.
Yeah, for all we know, Dangers might have had a shield there. Whoa, Coney in the front here with a defensive item.
Oh my god, I didn't get it.
That's fine. That's
Oh,
fine.
he needs his nice. He needs to get this nice line here.
Oh,
He hit out Linkus.
hitting the person directly behind him.
We win the race.
Nice first. Good job, Coney.
Oh my god, dude.
Tony popping off.
Oh my god. All right, I got it. I got it.
It's so exhilarating.
God. I don't know how I got
he's
those
really
items. I don't know.
locking in for this competition.
Yeah, that was clean. Getting that first place there. And Bear, you were saying, right? It looked like Coney was locking in.
Yeah. Yeah. When we came in there, he had that look in his eyes. He said, "I don't want to lose. I'm not. He's not a loser. He doesn't like losing.
Yeah.
Man, he likes to win." So now that he verbally said, as we were listening to today, he's got it because he understands the concept of this game. You have to play it a lot differently than most racing games and understand that rings are vital. He's saving his items. Being top 2 sometimes is not your optimal strategy if the pack is so tight, and I think he's been noticing that because that King Bamboo and then the weight just really knocks him out completely. So he's been able to take advantage of that as soon as he sees when he gets out to sneak in, which is really smart. I mean, it's how you should play this game. You should just be mindful of what the most powerful items of the game are and how they can affect the full core spread, especially if it specifically affects like the podium top 2 or top 3 spots.
And in addition to, as an audience and the community of Twitch Rivals getting more familiar with the items and the play styles of our players, I'm really enjoying seeing the contrast of the level design and bringing old elements in with the new, going from close quarters into these broader spectrum places. But course number 11, and we've got some open skies here.
I love this.
Yeah, Ocean View kind of, we got a little bit of a wider track here, a little bit more room to breathe, especially once we get to the water section that's coming up. Yeah, we'll see how this plays out.
Demons. Okay, 3.
Games Cage getting hit kind of early there. But honestly, I mean, hey, when you're getting hit back into like the last places in the pack here on the first lap, there's no reason to stress. It's just more of an opportunity for you to get rings uncontested, as well as some really good items to help you get back into the lead.
Good. I'm going to save it for the grass patch because that's a big lead here.
Yeah, and as you can see here, Games Age opting to make sure they get their rings.
You ready?
Get their item box sets, holding their items so they can take this cut. Like already went from 8th to 3rd, and is right on the tail of 2 and 3, which is fantastic.
Yeah, that shortcut is massive for getting some ground back and then making your way back to the front.
Ooh, I love this. This course is really fun.
And we see Xwater taking the lead here. He looks like he's driving pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
Got Fire Dragon also. It looks
here.
like, I think, was Fire Dragon always on Extreme Gear? Part of me thinks he was on a cart. I think he was on a speed cart. Now he's on Extreme Gear.
Shit. I forgot we were on water.
Oh yeah, driving on the water feels a little bit weirder.
On, man.
Charging that jump makes it way harder to turn too. So
I'm out of rings. This is bad.
I think maybe he was trying to drift and then he just ended up getting locked into a charge jump. Possibly, it looked like he was trying to get out of it.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to get used to, but when you're in the planes and you're in the boats, it's definitely better for like adjusting to let go of that drift sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Final lap, Grand Pooh Bear here with some really, really good items here. Oh, but the drill is right behind. Okay, Philly going back to the front. A lot of the racers here not opting to take the really risky shortcut there off to the left. I don't blame them. It's a difference maker.
I gotta get away from this guy. Get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me.
What does Dangers have in hand? It's kind of hard to tell.
No.
But having to burn the boost wisp early to avoid the item. He's going to be caught in the off-road here for a second, but he avoided the slime. Arguably a better trade-off here.
No, we got it! Yes! Hey, Turner! Can't beat the best!
We love to see the passion from Games Cage. Racing with his heart on the track.
It's my land. I'm literally
And Coney
in
with
the
third and
water
Linkus
right
in
now.
2. That's pretty good. Both of them. They need these solid spots. Again, Coney getting podium finishes. You're good, man. You're locked in. You got this. You know, like I'm glad because when you tuned in, you were in last. Like overall points, and having that switch in mindset, that's great, man. I was hoping that he would pick it up, so it's nice to see that.
Yeah, picking up for sure. And then Games Cage living up to the high expectations that were set at the top of our event today. You say playing with his heart on the track, but definitely brains on the track too. I feel like we're really getting to see the experience that he has with Sonic when being able to even align item usage with different terrain.
Yeah, for sure. You even like if you were kind of listening there, like kind of on the first lap, he was like, okay, I got the boost way, so I'm going to use this in the grass patch. Like being aware of stuff like that, especially like on a track where the off-road shortcut there at the end is such a big difference for the ending. It's really, really important to like be like keen to that kind of info, you know? So, I mean, he is definitely using his brains. He has really good, just normal like track awareness, item awareness. He's doing a really good job at balancing it all.
And that's what you got to do to get these podium finishes that he's making sure to achieve. Coney's definitely grabbing a bit there, but Bear, anyone that's been lagging that you want to see pick things up? I feel like we saw Scootish early on when we checked in, but I'm not sure how Scootish has been doing in these last rounds.
He's been doing all right. I mean, he's still up there, like in the top 6 category. I definitely would love to see Grand Pooh Bear maintain they're not doing bad, but they're just maintaining that podium mindset and taking advantage of what they can do. I think overall though, most of these racers, it's really anybody's game for that top 6. It's so close. Like Games Cage is gone. He's solid first, but second through 5th through 6th, that is anybody's spot. Even if you're 12th right now. So I want everybody to pick it up. I want the final 6 to be determined in the final race. Like that's what I would love to see. I would love to see them all between like literally 5-6 points difference, and then that final race will do it. That is a dream of any Grand Prix racing game, is having that essence and that tightness going into it.
I do feel like that's why after each of these races, you really can't help but look to see who's in the middle of the standings, not just because it's a qualifier, but that's really where you can see that shifting happening, considering that Games Cage has a pretty good lock on that top spot, which is why I'm also looking at Grand Pooh Bear, who's been tied in the middle there. I know he was busy doing more charity money raising last week, but he's locked in here today alongside the rest of the competitors. And what are you feeling of Grand Pooh Bear's chances to break and stay in that top 6?
Well, I mean, I definitely know Grand Pooh Bear's history. He is quite a gamer, has the experience over the years in all sorts of different games, playing some of the hardest games to the highest level. He's great. He's definitely, I could definitely see him coming back. I mean, again, it's just like you said with that middle pack. Like, it's just like, it's hard to ignore just because it's so close. It's really anybody's game to win. I mean, it's really just like, how things kind of play out for them on the tracks. Are they making good decisions? Are they able to defend themselves well? Because, you might have the intention to defend yourself from like an item that's trying to hit you, but it's a whole other thing to like time it and be able to actually avoid it too. And I think that like, just again, the more races we get in here, the more comfortable the racers are getting, and the better they'll be able to do something like that in the later races. And I think we're also seeing that with like Coney, like who was in the back of the pack and is really like, he's really seemed to get a good feel on the game itself and really like get that podium spot consistently for the last few races. So.
And that takes being able to balance all of the elements that both of you have highlighted you need to be considering when racing here in Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. Bear, we saw X Water, for instance, say on stream, I forgot that I was on the water. How, when we're basically this close, right, and everyone's really, really good, how much are those moments really going to cost someone like X Water when losing track of an element like that?
I mean, it's going to cost them spots, and spots in this Grand Prix is all that matters. Like, it's tough because, when you're on the water, you just have to remember, all right, if I'm going to drift, am I charge jumping? What am I doing here? And then if you just get a lot get your alignment off and just keep bumping into the wall, yeah, it can drop you from like second to eighth within 2 seconds. So you really need to be careful with everything and that's ahead of you, which is why, like, for most of these racers that we've seen, they, like, as Games Cage was saying, he is speaking out what he's like to do with his item, anticipating what's ahead of him in the course, which is like crucial for this game.
Yeah. I also just realized that X Water forgot that they were on water. Interesting.
He's not thinking about it, you know. It's not always on his mind. He doesn't. I mean, it's his name, but he's not always thinking about it, you know.
Just always submerged in water, and therefore does not remember when he goes into extra water. Because that's how it is.
It
but
happens.
yeah. Aside from the water and bringing it back to the maps themselves a bit, and we're talking about Coney and the consistency, but I always love to bring it back to that adaptation because when we saw those close quarter situations and how much of a different role the items and the visuals and the cluster across your stream make, it's got to take a lot, right, to adapt them.
Yeah, it takes a lot of focus and
Swedish.
like paying attention to like you start to really pay attention to you can see the items that people are like carrying like in the front. Because they'll hold their hand out and like kind of hold it above your head or their head. So you have to be really looking at that. Like you can see that like very clearly that Noblet has the spike ball in his hand. It's just like paying attention to little things like that will be the big difference makers for a lot of these specific one-on-one races. We're back at Market Street and got a Void Wisp in hand. Can kind of use that there. That was actually perfect usage of that. That actually takes away the item capsules from the other racers from being able to get an item there, kind of extending the lead a little bit. We got Burr in the front.
Oh my god, that was me that picked that.
I just noticed. So the last group of racers, we didn't have much repeat characters, but this one we got 2 Dr. Eggmans, which from my perspective can be a good strategy if you blend in, so because a lot of times in like racing games like
Get out of here, X-Water.
If you're in a Grand Prix and you're trying to hit out Games Cage, Games Cage is like maybe only Sonic on your mini map. So if you know that Games Cage is in first or second and is gonna hit out by a Wait or a King Bamu, like you can just anticipate that. Or as if there's characters that have the same character icons in the mini map, if you're not by them, you can at least anticipate what's going to happen to them.
Yeah, definitely. Again, just like picking similar characters to avoid targeting. I think that is a brilliant strategy. Just to try to blend in a little bit more.
That's so bad.
Getting a hit back here is really tough. It takes away the rings as well. So in order to get back up to top speed, Danger's is going to need to collect more rings on his way back to the front here. He's probably looking for a better item as well, but being in the center of the pack here, being able to hit a bunch of the other racers, very good for him.
Fire Dragon is so far ahead with 2 defensive items. Really solid racing from them.
Yeah, let's see what he does here. It looks like he's got a clean straightaway, but the Slicer is coming behind and he blocks it.
Nice. Yeah, pop off, King. You got this.
That's what we need.
You can feel the tension.
Yes.
Fire Dragon. Being on the cusp there, he's currently in the qualifying group based on points currently.
Freaking go.
But definitely anything to kind of help extend that lead. Very, very important.
Yeah, because those chunks are chunky in terms of the points, like the chunk of 70 plus in their points, the chunk of 60 plus. So it feels like there's still a lot of variance that can come there. And I do wonder what this last race ended up doing in shaking up the rankings. But before race number 12, Bear, that was a 42-point lead for Games Cage in first place ahead of Coney. So do you think it's fair to call it that?
For you think Games Cage is going to make it to top 6?
That's going to get the first place. I know that's like, as a cast, you're not supposed to lock in that, but like, I'm trying to take a gamble here and just, a really safe gamble.
Look, if Games Cage gets 12th place every single race, I still think they might win, which I'm just going by math. I am not going by anything else. I'm going by straight math right now. A 40-point difference. It's like statistically, it's very difficult for the second place to get that many good places. They are so far ahead. They're literally 43 points ahead. That's how much of a gap is between first and second.
Yeah, just looking at that number is crazy.
Someone else's, please.
Yes, but right now we're in course 13 of 16. We still can be any game for anybody in top 6 for tune.
That guy has some early stat boost. Okay.
Yes, mini clip. Yeah, hypothetically, I would say if they won the next race, Games Cage could unplug. They can play with the whatever controller thing they did earlier, and have that pop up every 2 seconds, and I think they would still be fine.
But
yeah, you can switch to keyboard or something. You'd be chilling.
But it's okay. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
You can switch to just his keyboard, one-handed. It'd be all right. But speaking of the point standings, looking at the second through the rest, that is a 39-point difference between second and 12th. And in terms of 6 to 12, that is 20 points. That is still two good races, and we still have a handful left. So it's not over for Philly or Burr, Nola, or Grand Prix Bear students. They can still make it up. Even X-Water, they got it. They can make this in there. So. They just have to make sure they get podium finishes, and that everybody else that is in the bottom spots around them just don't do that.
Can I just say, Philly was just having a great time, by the way. He was like, whoa, this world is so cool. He hit a boost ring and he went, whee! I really appreciate the vibes coming from Philly.
Oh, yeah. That's what, it's also about Sonic Racing CrossWorlds.
Just enjoying the ride, man. Just having a good time.
Cut his car in half.
Okay. Coney, pretty well aware of, Games Cage just, having the target on his back. It's just like, you definitely really want to try to knock him down wherever possible to get these higher positions. All of these higher placings matter. And even though, like, Games Cage has a really big lead right now, like, you want those points for yourself for a first place finish.
Not bad.
You want to be able to get that edge up to try to solidify your qualifying position.
The first in first place and second place is 3 additional points. So it's critical. God, this is tough for Philly. That King Bamboo was hard to make up there. Let's see what had Fire Dragon this last set. He still has Tornado. Yeah,
he is in the clear by a lot. The boost whisk plus the Tornado.
Ooh. And wait, literally the 2 frames after he just popped to that finish line. Good job, Fire Dragon. Solid for that.
Lost for words.
And Dangers and Scootish, and then that top 3 with Philly and Vancouver. That is huge. All of those racers were in the bottom-esque in the cusp of qualifying, so that's awesome.
Yeah, it's so hard though when you're in the bottom, but Bear, are we at the point though where your fate is somewhat out of your own hands because it's close and you're really hoping that other people need to do poorly for you to secure the spot?
No, I mean, not necessarily. I mean, some other people could do that as well. Because if from my perspective, if I was looking at the leadings and I was racing this, yeah, you gotta look at who's in 8th or 9th and take them out. I don't know, like I see Games Cage. I'd let Games Cage run away. You can chill by my book just because he's so far ahead. But I think we've seen players actually take out the specifically others and make sure that they are punished, especially after the last item set, because that's when you can actually punish people pretty hard because they got nothing to recover with.
Yeah, that's a good point, and good to know as far as, well, when points are close like this and you can affect the way other players are experiencing the race itself, then there is a lot of control that you can have. And it's very clear in the reactions of each of these drivers that they know there's no reason to freak out yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Not yet. But because we're in course 14 of 16, still a few more, but it's still very close.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll see how things shake up. And if you remember me talking about this track earlier, this is definitely one of the more difficult ones. Blizzard Valley, this is definitely going to be a difference maker. I think a lot of the people that have maybe more experience driving specifically on these courses are going to shine. But who knows? Maybe we'll see just some of the fundamentals of maybe some of the other drivers shine here as well. It's anybody's game.
And it's kind of hard to shine when there's a blizzard going on, but you know what?
True.
I believe in them.
Maybe if they got proper winter gear, they'd be shining a little brighter, feeling a little bit warmer.
But I mean, it's worked
don't
out.
Coat on some of these characters. I'd be
maybe this round it'll.
Oof! Just what you're saying about the handling in the blizzard, we saw them. We saw they just struggling. And Scootish though, still doing their best out here. It's not too bad.
Okay, wait. Oh, he didn't get hit by that monster truck. I thought he did.
I narrowly missed it. It was really clean reaction from him.
Yeah. Karen Sand Road for the Cross World. And remember, for the viewers at home who might not know, this is actually a normal track. For the Crossworlds, you can get one of the other tracks in Grand Prix mode, or you could end up with a very specific Crossworld that is not like it's just there for that Crossworld. So the possibilities are really endless for where they could go on lap 2, and we'll see how the racers adapt.
Ooh.
Philly narrowly dodging that spike ball from Grand Pooh Bear. That was a very, very clean dodge.
Yeah, and Philly and Grand Pooh Bear are fighting, man. They're 9th and 11th right now in their standings, so they know that they need to get good spots here at the finale, going into this final lap.
That's what you get for leaving VC. We could have been friends this race.
Yeah,
we could have been friends this game.
He's using the drift really well, but having to deal with King Boom Boo here.
Talking about boys.
It seems like a lot of the other racers actually were able to avoid it. Unfortunate for Grand Pooh Bear. Good for the rest of the racers here. And the slime coming through. Got X-Water going for the rings, trying to get what he can to get back up to that top speed. And Scootish back in the front with Games Cage.
God, this is so stressful, but also so fun to watch. Oh no, Cody got hit out.
And somebody else. The +1 there indicates that he got somebody else too. We don't know exactly who, but is Games Cage going to peel away here and get the first place?
Up and down and all around, baby. Up and down and all around.
That's actually, for Games Cage to get first there, everybody else wants that for them. They need to have that happen. Because now it just makes it a lot easier. And we have
Easy.
Who's they have Scootish, and who's second? That was Elba. I'm not sure because they're tagged in Master. Is that Burr? Who was in second place? I didn't see it either way. Either way,
I did not catch it either, but
yeah. It's still pretty good though. I mean, having Scootish is still fighting for their life, so good for them. They were up there, but Games Cage, nice solid finish in that first. He is ensuring that he knows he's the best NA racer in Twitch Rivals at the moment. I'm excited to see how he fares in the grand finals, given that he's probably pretty much solid in there with that point spread.
And just seeing these moments, I mean, where Grand Pooh Bear was doing well up in the front, but that King Boom Boo just not really working out for him, and everyone else finding a way around. Ended up finishing 8th in that race, so things can really change in a moment's time. But I feel like that's also why there's such replayability, right? Because then you can look to single moments and think, well, if I don't do that or that doesn't happen this time, then I got it.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, there's always ways that you could drive just like a little bit better. I mean, you know, it is a kart racer, so there is just, you know, times where you might not get the items that you need at the very exact time, but you can always kind of try to adapt to those situations. Maybe, you know, just try to take a path the other drivers aren't taking. Just little things like that. There's always some sort of way that you can really change your play in order to get the edge, especially after, you know, something happens and you're trying to like figure out how to deal with it next time.
And we have 2 races left. So everybody's got a lock in here. It's really close to the point standings. It is a fight for second place. But in reality, it's really just a fight for final 2 to 6th place. I feel like it can be anybody in this lobby at the moment. It's still pretty close.
Yeah, the racers are fighting to qualify here, and they it's that top 6. You know, it's just gotta just squeeze in there.
And Coney, shout outs to Coney for stepping up. He was in 12th when we first tuned into the broadcast. And now he's in 2nd with 112 points. You know, solid pickup from them. But right now on the cusp, we have Scootish at 92, Fur in 5th with 93, and then even Dangers is in 4th of 99, and then X-Water 7th, 89, Grand Pooh Bear 8th with 84, and 9th with Linkus 83. Even Noble can make that up there, and Philly and Bird, they're so close. The difference is only really just 20 points. So we'll see how this goes in this last couple races here.
Yeah, and we're here on Dragon Road with the Boost Frenzy. We're going to really see the knowledge shine through here with some of these racers. There's a few cuts that are really useful to have this Boost Wisp for. I didn't see a lot of the racers opt to take it there. There's actually, you can cut around on that grass patch there with a Boost Wisp if you have one. Danger's having to burn that fire tornado to get away from the slime. He still has the boost, but just because of like the order of like how the items kind of like cycle out when you get a new one with the Boost Wisp Frenzy, had to burn the fire wisp or the fire tornado in order to keep the boost.
That makes sense. Ooh, Fire Dragon got hit out there.
That was a little sneaky. I'm probably gonna get smacked by something in first place.
Sending the big bomb backwards, maybe give him a chance to defend himself there. Didn't end up hitting anybody, but that is good awareness by Dangers, just knowing that he's got a target on his back being in the front of the pack.
Ooh. Those robots.
Yeah, those ones are scary, man. They will knock you down really fast and really slow you down. Just like those weights, but honestly, that is the best place to get hit by a weight because you're still airborne. It gives you the opportunity to do some air tricks. That gadget really coming into play here. Get those fast tricks off to get a bigger boost when you land.
Dangers did not get an item set there. Philly needs this solid finish. Going into the last turn, let's see how this shakes out for them.
Oh no! Bro, but it's not that bad. He's actually right on the dash pads.
Shit.
Ooh, very close finish there.
That looked like it was podium for him though. So I think Grand Pooh Bear, at least that was a difference of 3 points. So different. Oh, he got first.
He got first. Just barely squeezing out first place there.
Oh my god.
Hey, you never know with Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. Sometimes there's just a tad little bit of desync. It always keeps you on your toes. You never know. You just barely got across the finish line first. That was insane.
No, that is the Sonic Racing CrossWorlds gods giving Grand Pooh Bear that extra push. All right, they deserve that first place, but he was as surprised as I was. I was like, oh, we got second.
We don't complain. You get first place. You take what you can get. You know.
Yes.
You get the points.
Take that points. Take those points, buddy.
We take those.
Oh, dude, that's fantastic. That is really funny. Because he's on, I don't know, but what probably happened, he just got bumped by the person behind him when they're trying to get that draft. But that's, wow. This never dull moment in this game is great.
For that to happen in race number 15 of 16 as well, just feels like it's perfectly timed for Twitch Rivals. But
Hey! I said he's on the cusp, okay?
Yeah.
Right, I was giving my man my energy. I really wanted to make.
That's what it was. You were the boost.
Look, I need to see A Bear in finals, okay? I can't be in it. I want him to be.
you got to push him over there. Yeah, we only have one more race left. Yeah. I did want to give a shout out to Zark the Pirate, who shared in our Honda Charged Up chat. Now it's a fight for second. I just wanted to point out to you, Zark, that Burke Black, who is participating in this Twitch Rivals, says, quote, "I'm the pirate of Twitch." So maybe someone you want to check out. Remember, all of the streamers that are participating here are live on their channels. Go give them a follow if you like what you're seeing. But let's find out in course number 16, baby, our last course of the day. Who's going to win it?
Oh my goodness. This point spread is so close for mating.
Those are
like 6 in the top, I mean 5 in the top 6 after Games Cage. It is crazy. Grand Pooh Bear really slid their way into 6th place here with 99. But Fur so close behind them in X-Water and Linkus. But yeah, this is tough. Linkus, even if they get first, they would tie, but it doesn't matter because Grand Pooh would be getting 100 of last place. So it's between Grand Pooh Bear, Fur, and X-Water. So let's see how these three shake up for that final few spots. And even Scootish is in danger, so he's got to be careful here.
Yeah, and even
you
here in
think my
Chow Park,
performance
this is
is
definitely a
convincing
really
enough to get
crazy
invited to a
place to have the
Kirby Air
last
ride?
race. Truly, anything can happen. Like I said before, very
think they're
close
gonna do
quarters.
Dude, I hope they do
Items
Kirby
matter a
Airs
lot.
with rivals, and I hope they give a little.
And actually, this
acrylic metal again, like
CrossWorld
last
here,
time for Mario
being
Party
Crystal
rivals.
Mine, could matter a lot as well if the racers know about the big truck shortcut
that was
here.
almost so
Yeah,
it is
the
a
truck cut.
big difference maker.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, I'm in.
Yeah,
This
we'll
is
see how this shakes out for everybody else, though. I mean, I feel like this is going to be really nice.
It's not your race.
Ooh.
Okay,
where they?
okay.
He
got caught in
You
the
know what?
off-road before he let the boost off, so I understand kind of just opting to stay on the track there. But Grand
No,
Pooh Bear
he-
kind of
he-
looking for that shortcut.
He thought about it. He knows he needs to get a solid finish here.
Well, I don't want to make too much noise back here.
You know,
but
I respect how
since we
calm
flashed
way in the
smoking,
back.
I am
resolve
still in 11.
and for his with this
So
last.
that's
last
you way
lap.
back
Like,
there?
He's like, all right. I'm on the cusp,
yes.
but
I'm sorry.
I don't have to freak out.
It's
I got
not your
this.
race.
Yeah, he's just here to have a good time. He's just trying to lock in, do what he can. And Danger's here at the front with a magnet. Kind of burning it here. Try to see if he can get a better item. Oh, I think he just hit Coney there.
Ooh, keep me away from that edge, please.
Well, Grand Pooh Bear is in second.
No.
Very close. There's still a lot of section left in this final stretch of this final lap. So.
Oh, what is this? Oh, wait.
Ooh, wait.
This is not the worst, though. Get the charge jumps here. He can get a lot of speed really quickly yet again. Oh, Grand Pooh Bear, unfortunately getting a shield in 8th place. Not going to really be able to close the gap there. But I think I see a Sonic in the front. I think that's Games Cage.
I'm cooked.
Finishing in the front of the pack.
Wait, that was huge. He passed that one person. Scootish.
It was Scootish. Look at that. I mean, hey, he was near that qualifying, like almost getting edge out of qualifying position. That first place is massive. That's so huge.
Oh my.
What a reaction.
For real, Scootish claims to be aggressively mid at games, but that was a first place finish right there. Man, very bubbly personality erupting in the end. And it is so close. I have no idea who ended up in the qualifying positions.
Well, I think Scootish definitely did, or else he's got no water for the rest of his day.
I think that was the difference maker for him. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think
We'll
that
see.
you know, he knew that he kind of needed that first place to at least have a really solid chance of being able to stay up there.
We'll see how it shakes up. Yeah, for sure.
Scooch is feeling good. There's some others, though, that I'm sure are on that borderline, and they're going to need to wait and find out if they end up qualifying, just like the rest of you in the audience, because we're kicking to a break, and we'll see you on the other side.
To find your way, sometimes you have to pave it yourself. That's why the CRV Trail Sport Hybrid has features like all-terrain tires and available enhanced traction control. Introducing the most capable CRV we've ever dreamed of, the 2026 CRV Trail Sport Hybrid, now part of the Honda Trail Sport lineup.
welcome back to Sonic Racing CrossWorlds on Twitch Rivals. Chat, we make so many memories on Twitch Rivals between the streamers, the gameplay, sometimes even us as talent. And now, with the help of Intel, we are going to celebrate the best ones with our Intel's core memories. Each show, we're going to take the defining moment from the day to be forever immortalized in our core memories yearbook. So here's today's Intel core memory.
Oh, what I just dropped.
Oh, and what a great memory from just recently here with Scootish having this combo here with these last two items.
Yeah, the laser to the void. He knew getting all those rings keep him up.
No,
and those item boxes.
No, I can't. No, somebody threw something at me right at the end.
Yes!
No!
Yes!
The pop-off speaks for itself.
Oh my god! He paused before he wanted to tear off his shirt. You know what? I respect it. He's like, should I do it? No, but I would have done it. I know the energy was there.
What a moment of passion.
Oh my. Oh my. Yes, this is your Intel core memory for Sonic Racing CrossWorlds North American Qualifier on Twitch Rivals. We're going to reveal the full core memories yearbook later this year, including a bracket style contest for Intel core memory of 2025. And remember, friends, Intel's Core Ultra processors allow gamers to stream, create, and compete at the highest levels. Gaming happens with Intel. I am very happy that the full reaction was included in that clip, because that's definitely part of what made it our Intel core memory. Because Scootish, I think it's fair. I think Scootish was right, in saying, let's see, he said, I have a can-do attitude and a smile more than anyone else. Was that the buff, that Scootish needed in that last race?
I think it was. I think he brought, I mean, hey, he was in it the whole time. He brought the energy. He had, I mean, you could just tell. He's just really passionate guy, very energetic. He brought something great to the table with these races. And I mean, hey, that memory was just, that was dope. Good moment.
The commentator experience that Scootish had definitely came out there in the screaming in the end. So you love to see it. You love to see it. But y'all, it is time. Let's find out who our winner of racers is. It's such a surprise. Oh my goodness.
Oh, no way. Games Cage?
I never knew it. Games Cage coming in first place. Oh my. But Games Cage, Coney, Fire Dragon, Dangers, Scootish, and Grand Pooh Bear have qualified for our grand finals. Bear, it was so tight in the end for those, let's say, third or fourth to sixth slots.
Yeah, going into that last race, it was pretty much anybody between fifth and eighth was a fight. So seeing the point spread here for Scootish, getting that first place, 117. And then solidified in that fifth. But Grand Pooh Bear ended up finishing like in the mid pack at that final course and overtaking Fur by 5 points. That is a heartbreaker. That is so many. Fur must have had a tough race, but congratulations for those top six. And and for if you didn't make top six, man, you guys fought until the very end. I thought everybody in there was really into it, and they put a lot of passion. And it wasn't over until the last two races. So I think that is a solid Grand Prix overall. Yeah, great racing for everybody.
It's exactly what you want to see coming out of it, and not really knowing who all of the qualifiers are going to be. I was definitely worried if Grand Pooh Bear was going to get in there. He did in the end. And it is difficult, as Bear was just pointing out, though, when you are in that number 7 spot. Just quick head, yes or no, have you ever been in that position feeling rage?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Yeah, makes sense. We do have one winner, though, that absolutely trampled the competition today. Everyone, welcome onto the show, Games Cage. What a victory here today. Definitely setting the tone going into the grand finals. Games Cage, welcome. Hello.
What's going on?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi.
We
What's
big
going
chillin',
on? What's
baby.
up?
Hey, yeah. I mean, we're just basking in the glory of you and your chat. You got me? You got me in your...
Thank you. Yeah, and I can hear you. It's a little low, but it's fine. I got you. I can hear it.
I got you. Well, I will make sure to project, as you did plenty after each of your victories. We talked about you a lot going into this as well, because our casters here are very familiar with your experience. Can you tell me about how you are feeling and preparing coming into today's event?
Well, I was a little scared because I'm the Sonic guy, you know. So in my community, everyone's like a lot of Sonic people, and I was looking at the list of people, and I was like, oh, none of the people here are like Sonic people. And so I was like, oh God, I'm leading my nation here. You know, it's like when you go in the Olympics, you're waving the flags, right? Everybody's going one by one. I'm like the little guy with like the little Sonic flag. So going into it, I was a little nervous. First Twitch Rivals as well. But I was practicing all week, and I did feel like I locked in and I had it. So yay.
Yeah, I feel like you played fantastic, man. You were crushing out there, dude. You were really showing yourself as the Sonic guy, man. You were putting the Sonic community on your back, all the pride, you know, like it was dope to watch. What was your mindset kind of like throughout the competition? I mean, how are you feeling like throughout the races? Like what was like kind of going through your brain as you were like kind of like doing well? Was it just like a confidence booster? Like,
you guys, by the way, are hella low for me. Like in the Discord call, I like can barely hear you guys. It's so low.
Oh, okay.
Let me see.
Was asking
fix it?
what. Yeah, I was like, I can also try and be the extra loud person if without blowing.
I can.
chat.
I think I kind of heard. I think, but I think what you guys are saying I turned them all the way up. But yeah, no, I think going into, I think what I did was, well, all week I kind of practiced. I've been playing. I was playing a lot all week. I was using the different. I had to limit myself for this tournament, which was scary because you have the 6 gadgets available to you, and so I've been used to running lobbies online all week, like with the 6 gadgets. And so when I saw the rule set was you can only use 1 in the base car, it's like I had to go into like these intense lobbies with my 1 gadget, which is really difficult for me. I know it sounds like a first world problem, but it was hard because I had to basically go into these lobbies with difficult training. My chat trained me. Shout out to all my chatters, my people, my Sonicos and my aces and everybody who helped me practice. But yeah, my chat was basically guiding me. We've been playing like all week since launch. And so it was a lot of I've just done like a lot of races. I kind of felt a little guilty. I was like, is this too much? Because I saw Grand Pooh Bear was saying Fidel's cheating. I'm like, no, I just played a lot, man. I just played a lot. And I had to rep Sonic, just the MC style. So I was very happy about it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Bear, did you have a question as well?
Yeah. Game Page, congratulations.
Hey,
I thought you were phenomenal. We tuned in. We saw you not in first, and I was like, "What is this? Why is he not in first?" But you locked in, man. As soon as we actually put you on stream, I was like, "Wow!" Like just super like max aura. You took everything out. And I know you said you like Sonic in this race, for this one.
A little bit.
Is there a character you'd want to use in the grand finals instead of Sonic, or are you good?
I'd really like you guys to lift the restriction on Hatsune Miku, and please let me use Miku. That is my one thing. That's my one request as the champion of today. Let me play as Miku so I can rep her for the end. But if not, I can go in with Blaze. I'll be happy. She's the second goat of the game. But free Miku.
Yeah,
Hashtag free Miku. That's the movement.
Well, you are definitely here showing up today, and your chat as well. All of you practicing and preparing for the event. Rather, I learned so much watching you play too. I wanted to give you just one last chance to give. What? I'm saying I learned from you.
So sorry, you heard
what
me
are
yelling.
you doing?
I was just good. I just kept yelling Sonic stunts. I kept going good, nice, good, nice, jamming, good, nice. That's just what I say all week.
That's a good chat. Yeah, we're here with you. Good, Good. Games Cage. Good. Now go celebrate. Good.
Can I get all chats going? Good. Nice jamming. That's what I want. That's what I would like. A global good, nice jamming.
We'll get you covered with the global good. Thanks for stopping by, Games Cage.
There we go. We love that.
Believe in you, Twitch chat. Yeah, always believe in you.
They know what to do.
Well, best of luck in the grand finals then.
Thank you. I'd like
Can't wait to see what you do, man. Keep repping Sonic, dude. You got it.
Hell yeah.
We'll be watching.
I gotta rep the Sonic people, man. Listen, we don't have many champions, okay? There's not really any Sonic creators out there on Twitch the same way as everyone else. So I when I knew it was here, I was like, I have to be that first. Listen, I'm declaring it now. I will be the first ever Sonic Twitch Rivals champion of all time. And now I've put pressure on myself, and if I fumble, it'll be really awkward. But if not, this will be a cool moment to remember. I got this.
Okay. All right. Games Cage setting the tone, baby. You got this.
Setting the
Good.
tone. There we go. Good. Nice.
Nice. Jamming.
Good. Nice. Good. Nice jamming. You guys get it.
Yeah, we get it. You get it. Chat gets it. And Games Cage.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations again.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. That was pressure. No, never do that to me again, except next week when I have to do it. But that's it. Last time.
Yeah, see you in a week.
Yeah, we got it. Do it next week as well.
Well, we'll be sure to catch you there for sure and track everything that you were doing along with the other competitors.
Thank you. And shout out to all the competitors. Everyone was doing great. I was watching them evolve as the races went on. Coney especially. Coney, I'm watching you.
Oh, and yeah, Coney had a crazy match. But yeah, we'll see you in the grand finals. We'll see Coney in the grand finals as well. Yeah, best of luck. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye. Oh, what a time. I really enjoy Games Cage's energy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's a super energetic guy, really positive. And you can tell he loves Sonic, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He's the big Sonic rep man.
Definitely brings everyone to Sonic fandom. And I think that we have a lot to look forward to with the rest of our events. Before we start closing things out, Bear, last thoughts on today?
Congratulations to all the racers that made it into the grand finals. You did phenomenal. You had fun. And if you didn't, I think you all had put on a great show. Thank you for playing Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. This game is really fun. I hope you keep playing it, even if this is your first time playing it. Try it out. It's great. It's a really fun game. I think it's phenomenal.
Heck yeah. And what about you, Emerald?
It was great watching all the different races. It was fun to be here. Everything is it's very fast paced. I love this game. I love getting to talk about it. I love nerding out about it, so it was great to be here, and I can't wait to see how grand final shapes up for both of the categories of racers.
Same. And we will end up watching more Sonic Racing CrossWorlds in the days to come, whether it be tomorrow or next week. But for now, as we wrap up our show today, it is time for our special version of a Twitch Rivals raid that we call the Raid Launcher. Now, the Raid Launcher is going to randomly select one channel from all of today's participants who is still live. And once we know who it is, we will send you all over there along with 25 gifted subs to the Lucky Streamers channel. Let's find out who it's going to be today. Who will our lucky streamer be?
Drum roll.
I've never heard a drum sound like this, but it's the only thing I can do in the mic. And Dangers! Congratulations, Dangers. All right, we'll be over there soon. So, where can people find you?
Here on Twitch and everywhere else, you can find me as Emerald.
And you, Bear?
Bear, you can find me at Bear UNLV on Twitch and everywhere else. That's only one Bear UNLV, and that's me.
Alrighty, well, friends, Twitch Rivals fam, we will see you soon for more Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. But until then, my friends, good morning, afternoon, evening, and good night. Ta-ta.
Bye.